All right, good morning and welcome to the Cricket 360's second unofficial test between West Indies A and South Africa A. We are joined by match referee Jonathan Blades, and we have the two captains there, Max Ackerman and Jomel Warrican. And as usual, we are greeted with some glorious sunshine, which has blessed us with a beautiful wicket for cricket. You have the toss, Jomel. It's the tails,
Tails it is.
and it's the tails. You've won the turn. You've won the toss, buddy. First of all, congratulations on your team's dominant performance. But let us know, what have you decided to do?
We're going to have a ball first.
A ball first again. Now your team has been super impressive in this entire tournament. What has gone right for you?
No, I think we've just done the basics really well throughout the one-day comp and the first four-day game. So yeah, just looking to build on that.
Right, and you've been particularly impressive on the tour with bat in hand. Can you give us some insight into what has been your love affair like with the conditions here at the Darren Sammy?
Look, the conditions have been good for batting. Obviously, just trying to stick to my game plan and try to execute as best as I can. So yeah, today's a new day and just to start again.
All right, so any changes to the team?
Yeah, we've got 4 changes today. We've got Smith, Munsami, Lees, and Subrian missing out, and we've got Peter, Mpongwana, yes, another 2. I'm not too sure now. There's so many.
But that's
yeah,
okay.
There's another 2 changes, yeah.
Yes, we'll see them in action hopefully.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
go well, Max.
Thank you so much.
All the best. Righty. Morning, welcome again, Jomel. You lost the toss, but what would you have decided to do had you won?
With the ball first as well, some grass on the wicket, and you see that there's early movement, so we want to utilize that with the ball at first, but we have to bat now, so you just got to do your job very well as well.
Yes, but it would be remiss of me not to congratulate you on your appointment to the leadership ranks of the team. You've always been a leader in the team, but now it's official. You are the vice captain. Walk us through that feeling when you got that official confirmation.
It's a very good feeling just to be the vice captain of West Indies team, leadership role. So I just want to embrace it and continue performing the way I've been performing for West Indies and not get caught up with the title as well. Just enjoy the moment, but remember my job is still to perform well for West Indies.
Yes, and you've also been called upon to lead the A team. The team has not done well. What would be your message to your team today?
We need to finish with a win, not get complacent or don't careish. We could easily sit down here and say it's the end of the series, don't want nothing to play for, but there's still something to play for. We got to play for it with pride and at least get a win in the competition. So we have a lot to play for right here now.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jomel, and go well. All the best today. Right. So there you have it, official confirmation. The news is that South Africa A have won the toss and they will bowl.
And good morning from a beautiful looking Darren Sammy. I'm really talking about the conditions. The ground is perfect. Pitch looks to be one with a little bit of grass. The weather is fine. Heard from Lockhart Sebastian this morning. He said it was pouring bucket a drop in Dominica. Here's hoping that that's over now. But we have had very, very good weather. News here is the second 4-day test about to start. And the news from the middle is that South Africa has won the toss and has sent the West Indies side in. The side on paper looks very strong. Warrican captain, Braffett, Campbell, Anderson, Atenes, Andrew, Imlach, Graves, Joseph Sharma, Anderson Phillip, Jonathan Lane. So Savory, Seals and Tyson left out. The South Africans, who of course won the opening 4-day with a wide margin, getting 600 when they batted. In order, Herman, Sanokwani, Ackerman, Kwesheli, Petroria, Pongbana, Swartz, Peter, Ellenbrecht, Moriki, and Sela. And the West Indies opening pair in this modern world out very, very early. They want to get to the square and get them totally sorted out. And good morning to you, Jamal.
Good morning, Reds, and to our viewers, wherever you might be. And you said it well, Reds. Truly perfect conditions for cricket. And we saw some good quality work by our cameraman, just showing you every inch of this beautiful pitch with that live grass. So, possible validation of the decision from the South African A captain Ackerman to have a bowl. You saw when that happened in the previous encounter, West Indies were bundled out for below 250. So undoubtedly he would be hoping for more of the same from his quality lineup. We have a new partnership. It looks to be, we know that Craig Brathwaite is in the team. So it will be Brathwaite and Campbell to open the batting. No Mikael Louis today.
No, I don't believe. It's basically the 15 was Warrican, Brathwaite, Anderson, Andrew, Atenas, Campbell, Graves, Imlat, Joseph, Lane, Savory, Sears, and Tyson.
That's right.
So he was not in, neither was Hodge. So it's not that they were left out. But the West Indies selectors obviously looking for the best opening pair. In these, they got the most experience, and of course. Brathwaite, very experienced, served West Indies very well, and John Campbell really didn't suggest in the opening game that he was batting for a place. He was very loose, gay, abundant. Brathwaite is in strike, and it's going to be Moriki starting for South Africa. Probing outside the off stump. Brathwaite just seemed to be a bit late. Again, we want to tell you that good morning, good afternoon in South Africa. Good middag, if my Afrikaans is correct. South Africa won the toss. The West Indies selectors did promise that this team will indicate thoughts about the first test against Barbados, West Indies. That's pulling the length back and Brathwaite getting over it. I'm sure he welcomes a chance to get an opportunity before the first test. So we see a new opening pair, Jamal.
Yes, and Craig Brathwaite bringing all the experience. As you said, would be appreciative of this opportunity to get a knock in before an eagerly anticipated series in Barbados, his hometown, against the Aussies.
Ricky had a good season in St. Lucia. These two, of course, was open before. They should know each other personally, know each other in the middle. Communication, judgment is very key. There's some basics of running a short single. Behind the striker is the non-striker's real decision. In front, it is the striker. There's 3 slips on the gully for Moriki. Typical Brathwaite stroke, just coming across and jabbing it down. We can imagine that the order will suggest that Anderson will come, and maybe Antoinez, Andrew, Imlach, Graves, Joseph, Philip, Lane. And that's only our order on the board. We'll go back to that in a minute because there is an order on the board, but it's all over the shop. It has work on a 3. Good delivery. One can say that Brathwaite was beaten outside the line of the off stump. Lots of cricket being played all over. West Indies were 12 for 1 when last I checked. Versus England. Lewis had gone for naught. Charles and Hope. We'll try to update you on what's happening with cricket and the world of sport. In tennis, it's Italy versus Spain, and Sinner had a a break of service in the men's final. That's outside the leg stump. And Brafitt maybe just missing turning that down to fine leg, but it constitutes maiden in the opening over. So straight away, good control by the bowler, and Brafitt being very watchful.
Certainly, and it's always amazing to come to the field to watch these gentlemen in the practice with the cones down on the pitch, gearing up for what is to come. And from that very first delivery, seems that practice was certainly paying off for Mareki. Good pace in that corridor of uncertainty, beating Bradford outside the off stump on a few occasions. Just that last one, possibly attempting the in-swinger, and this one was badly lined. But no runs off the bat in the first over. It looks to be the destroyer of the West Indies A team in the first innings. Saley did pick up a 5-wicket haul in the previous encounter.
So Saley it is. Good line, good leave. Let's see if we can update you with the West Indies score. And the situation now, they're 56 for 1. They're 56 for 1. Charles has gone on to 12 of 16, and Hope is really blazing away. He's 39 of 22. 56 for 1. Lewis, the batsman, out. Leg before Wood for no score. The rest of the team is Chase, Rutherford, Shepherd, not necessarily in that order. Holder, Powell, Joseph, Moti, and Hussain, who is arriving. That's turned away fine. So the West Indies is off and running. The situation about the Hussain matter, reading this morning papers, that the new rules for Trinidadians to get a visa, the interview is got to do in person, where previously an application could have been made. But before the change, and Hussain had granted to stay on where he was playing white ball cricket, and therefore the in-person interview could not be done. Well, it got sorted out a little late. I think Goalie didn't travel for ball, I know. And Brafitt seizing on the bad line, and just adds that important getting off the mark. So the West Indies are 2 without loss. As I said, there's lots of sport today. Yesterday it was tears of joy for Coco, winning the French Open 5-7, 6-2, 6-4. And the final of the Italian men now on. Trying to flick at that. And New Zealand appointing a brand new coach. I think he's South African born, Bob Walter. And Jacob Beckles is in the England team for the first test against India.
Yes, that is certainly good news. Lots of discussion about if he should feature or Ollie Pope. Decisions need to be made. 2 quality batters for sure.
Stewart loss. That's a slap and big appeal. Wide, going after it. Dangerous looking shot. And you will think that I have a chance to make the West Indies team again. I will be very careful, very selected. I will play myself in and then look for the aggressive shots.
It's a good point that you're making, but John Campbell by nature is an aggressive opening batter, and his eyes certainly lit up when he saw a short and wide one.
He's a lot more circumspect as he turns it away. Well, that's exactly what the bowler wants. Your eyes open wide. We're chasing that early.
Yes, and funny enough, Reds, this is the same manner that he found himself dismissed in the first test, in the first innings.
Exactly. Good point, JJ. We'll repeat the lineups in case we have people joining us late. Again, good morning to you. Good evening to you. Hello to you wherever you are. We had over 120,000 viewers. We'll probably get a report at the close how many viewers we've had today. This is a 360 presentation. And Sele will bowl to Campbell with 3 slips in the gully. Square cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg just in front of the umpire and fine leg. Total discipline now. Picks up the line, lets it go. The board still have Warwick on number 3. We know he's quite capable with the bat, but he will watch at that and smiling. Captain in today. And Mareki. Yesterday, England a disappointing 1-0 win over Andrea. And they are 173 ranked in the world. It was a World Cup qualifier. Trinidad beat St. Kitts 6-2, a very impressive performance in Port of Spain. Changing the length and lifting into the body. But he didn't try to pull it away. Aruba beat St. Lucia 4-0. Nicaragua edged Guyana 1-0. I think the Bahamas played Costa Rica. Bad beating. Costa Rica won 8-0. Almost falling over. So very competitive start.
Yes, it certainly is, and in this over, just like you would have wanted Reds, John Campbell seems to be a bit more watchful, playing a bit more circumspectly against Mareki. But to Mareki's credit, he hasn't offered anything loose, has been very tight on the stumps.
Mareki almost creeping first, little short steps, almost running on the spot. Keeps the left-hander very honest. Keeps the left-hander very interesting. A cricket nation known for its outstanding cricketers and good test players. New Zealand beat Ivory Coast 1-0 in football. Well, there's a New Zealand player who was very outstanding for Nottingham Forest and almost got them into the top 4. A big 6'4" striker. I'm not too sure if he played. Could have. That's the outside edge. Credit to the bowler. And it kept along the ground. So 3 without loss. And it's been a very quiet but watchful start.
Yes, and on that occasion, John Campbell just decelerating the hands to ensure that that ball went to ground. A batter known for positive intent and aggression and playing with hard hands at the ball. So good to see that he's showing that level of skill to ensure that he escaped the danger of that good delivery from Mareki to end the over.
Good bit of work by a cameraman to pick up a bird in full pelt, not climbing, not soaring to the skies, but a very flat path across. Sile to continue as two men stroll across the side screen. Good Lord. It still happens. In fact, they're carrying a stretcher, maybe medical staff who are watching their first game that's driven well. But straight to the fieldsman. So South Africa has brought back Ongwana. Good to see. They strengthen their all-round ability.
Yes. When I heard you on the commentary for the 1 days, I noted that you were very impressed with this young man.
Yeah. Really tall, big number 47 on his back. He's at first slip. Doesn't have to move. That's outside the off stump. Braffett lets it go.
Yes, he seems the tallest man in the park there for sure.
Yeah. He was out of Jamaica. That Kishan Thompson in the races track meet ran 9.88. Well, I think you can think of a Commonwealth medal in Scotland. The fourth best in the world, 9.88. What talent. That's clipped away. And didn't have to go searching for it. It wasn't that wide. He didn't have to reach out. And I think maybe a point that Campbell could make note of. So Braffett hitting that nicely off the back foot. Just climbing, getting on top. A lot of nice hands as he takes the total to 7. And Braffett has gone to 5.
Yes, one of the shots that Craig Brafford has become known for around the world. The cut shot, and plays that with a high level of skill. And that one went racing to the boundary.
3.3 overs so far. Good line. Testing the batsman judgment. Braffett judgment was sure. The West Indies board planning a major celebration for the 1975 World Cup winners. I'm told about 10 players from the original party are expected to make it. There would be the West Indies board WIFA awards also the day before the opening tests. If it looks in good touch, no nervy start. But he will want, he himself and John Campbell will want a long stay in the middle in terms of the first test.
Yes, they've batted together for a long time. I remember from since our under 19 days. They were selected for the West Indies under 19 team since about 2011, that was.
Well, that was not totally controlled, and it went just past the gully. So credit, as they say in tennis, advantage to the bowler, and maybe just not getting to the pitch and it peeled away. So hard luck there for the bowler, but Braffett picks up another boundary. Someone, luckily, moves to 9. And the West Indies are 11 without loss.
Once again, the quality of Sele on display. The length drew Brathwaite into a false stroke. But thankfully for him, the bounce on this occasion, taking this one over the cordon. So Brathwaite lives the fight, but there is a bit of danger when driving on this wicket. You need to be a bit more tight with your technique early on. Total
discipline there from Campbell. So that's the headlines. Maybe we can just update you with the West Indies struggle to overcome the loss of Lewis very early. The latest 82 for 1 is a pretty good start. Charles has gone to 29 of 26 with 3 fours and 1 6. Hope has raced to 48 of 35 with 2 fours and 4 sixes, making amends for the last failure. Well put away. Good judgment. Waiting for the bad line. And initially it looked like it might have had enough legs to go into the square leg area by the scoreboard, but had to settle for 2. But much better judgment. And if you're patient enough, the bad ball will come.
Yes, and if you have the skill to put it away, you certainly will. Just clipping this one off the hip. Campbell picked himself up 2 runs, taking his tally up to 3. It's 3 of 13.
Cool. Sun has gone momentarily. I thought that was missing a leg stump, and so did umpire Taylor.
Let's just check on that with the replay. Got that right leg right across. And this is why Mareki was so interested. But again, even the bounce on this occasion too might have taken this one over the stumps.
West Indies women assembling in Barbados to play South Africa. It's going to be another testing time for them. Good single, good judgment, good understanding, and allowed an extra for some unnecessary reason. The cover fires a return when there's no effort to look for anything other than to settle for the single. So 15 without loss, Roland Cox indicates, of 44.1. Roland Cox dressed in some West Indies colors. Another free shirt. I don't believe he's bought a shirt for the last 12 years. All complimentary. That's just turning it away. Yes, Roland Coxburn Remy of Morris Foster, former West Indies batsman, former West Indies off spinner too. I remember against Australia in '73, Rohan Kanai had to call on Morris Foster to try and tie up one end when Newton Dow was a bit expensive. Brilliant table tennis player, but he liked Coxie. A lot of complimentary shirts. The boutiques haven't seen them for years. Sun is out. Played with good control and soft hands. 15 without loss. It pains me to say at the end of that over that we do not have one spectator. Now, I could be wrong because I can't see what's below us. Can you pick up one spectator?
Unfortunately, I can't. But Reds, I mean, it's Sunday morning and it's possible that most persons are at church.
You mean that many churchgoers? I'm sure that the many churches will be very impressed to hear that. Good delivery, beaten outside the off stump. Credit to the bowlers. Credit to the bowler, really.
Saley again in that corridor of uncertainty, angled in, shaping away. Bradford did make a concerted effort to get onto off stump, but was again forced into playing at one that he certainly would have felt that he should have left. That's what good fast bowling does, right?
Yep. Very disciplined. They've given away very little. force the player right on target. This is good practice with Australia around the corner, because the South African attack is going to really make you work for your runs, so you don't have a false impression that you've made a lot of runs against South Africa A. They're a good bowling side, a lot of talent. So it's good preparation for the opening test, and that was the planning by the West Indies board.
So Sean, credit must be given to the board for the decision to have the series here. I heard a conversation, an interview really, with Andre Cooley, where he mentioned that one of the reasons why they wanted to be here was so that the batters can get a chance to play on these bouncy wickets. And St. Lucia is the wicket in the Caribbean that offers that the most, where fast bowlers tend to thrive. So when planning for bowlers like Pat Cummins and Hazelwood and Stark, certainly here is the ideal place for preparation.
Rotation to strike it, always very important. The question is what the track at Kensington will be like. I mean, traditionally, it was one of the, and you're probably going back 25 years, I mean, bowlers look forward, fast bowlers look forward, bowling at Kensington and bowling at Sabina Park. So what sort of track we're going to get? It's going to be a slow track. Will it have grass? We just have to wait to see. Can it be replicated as against this? That's driving and driving nicely, but brilliant effort there. South African captain running quickly to his right and making the extra effort, being congratulated by Loose. It had to look like 4 runs on the board, but
Certainly was an exquisite shot by John Campbell, leaning into a beautiful drive, but captain leading from the front in all aspects on this tour. Has been quite exceptional with bat in hand and throwing himself about in the field.
Campbell is 6, Prophet is 10, and forced to defend. Just pulled back of a length. So there's a bit of a chess match out there. Again, we give you the news that from the West Indies squad, Savory, Shields and Tyson left out. And, well, there's no information just who was left out, but who's playing for South Africa. Herman, Sinoquani, Ackerman, Quisheli, Pretorius, Bongwana, the Swart, Peter, the leg spinner, Engelbrecht, Mareki and Sela. And South Africa bold enough to play their leg spinner.
Yes, spin definitely plays a massive role, especially against Caribbean teams. So the spinner on this wicket pick up a 5-wicket haul in the first unofficial test.
Toss of a quick single. Good movement from the cover fieldsman. Well, Peter had one game. Went for a few runs, but it was good to see that the captain kept giving him spells, all part of learning on tour and development.
Yes, leg spin is certainly one of the most difficult arts in the game of cricket. But captaincy to leg spin in recent times has also come under the microscope. With that you manage these bowlers who tend to go for runs but bring you rewards.
Well, that was almost bat play ball. He was in 2 minds. Shall he pull out of the shots? He was halfway, and it ended up at the leg slip. Words of advice from from a former West Indies captain to John Campbell. 17 without loss. But leg spinners does in fact bring a very special touch to any attack. But leg spinners have to be of high quality to maintain that. Braffett, total discipline. Did I say Braffett? John Campbell, total discipline. So the board hasn't changed yet, but we expect that Warrican will not be coming at 3. Anderson, Atenes, Andrew. That maybe is the order. Imlach. I think Graves, then Warrican. That's only my judgment. He's useful with the bat. Campbell 6. Pick up more runs. Tucks it down towards backward square. As football in St. Lucia today, there is a Masters tournament. I think it has a regional flavor. I think it finishes today. But finish maybe on Monday, yes. Finishes on Monday, so success to them. Here's hoping they will get some crowds. A couple of former international players from the Caribbean are playing. Keeper being kept very much on his toes. So a good display of keeping here from Memlach. The man expected to be in the West Indies side for the Barbados Test. He was neat. He had a good game. Batted quite well. A lot of inventive captaincies, but I just didn't have maybe the bowler to bowl towards a 7-2 or an 8-1. Solid right-handed shot.
Whereas he did his captaincy credentials no harm by registering a half century in the first innings of the first unofficial test and notching up another 30 odd in the second innings. So,
well, he had a good teacher in Leon Johnson. Broke into top-class cricket very early. Was part of the winning West Indies under-19 team led by Hetmeyer. And his game has developed not only as a keeper but as a batsman. But it would have been my choice as vice captain to chase. But the powers that be decided on Warrican. Nicely turned away. So good, solid, slow start. 8 Campbell, 10 Braffett. On the opening day of the second 4-day test. Flags are alive. It's a great day to be alive. This is really a beautiful setting with the high ground in the distance. And there was a good reason why Bonterre was chosen for the then Beauchamp, now the Darren Sammy. It came about when England were to play a 4-day game at the Mendu Phillip, and the government felt that it was time to make a decision. They turned the offer down, if you remember, JJ, and decided to build this ground.
it's in hindsight a very good decision with what we're seeing here today, a top class international ground, Darren Sammy.
Driving half stop. That would have probably gone into the rope, but still can have enough legs. Well, despite the half stop in the mid-off diving, goalkeeper fashion. 4 good-looking runs to the former West Indies captain as he moves up to 14. And the West Indies, after 7.3 overs, are 23 without loss at the Darren Sammy.
That was a high-quality stroke, and true testament to the timing was that he got a good hand on that one, and it still found its way to the ropes. So as you mentioned, Reds, Craig Brathwaite is looking in some really fine touch this morning.
He waits and is driving again. There's more runs for West Indies A. A different direction, played it a lot more extra cover. And score moving up. Score moving up to 27 for 1. Good timing.
Yes, it looks like he took this one straight from the textbook. He just pushed at it. Just found the middle of the bat. No great flair. But this outfield is lightning quick this morning.
Yes, it's a turtle back, and the ball will. Excuse me, I just get a frog out of my throat. Not interested in trying to pull. Too many batsmen try to pull from outside the off stump and get themselves in trouble. It was too close to him to play a different shot. So wise counsel. So solid start, but a long way to go. South Africa batted confidently against the West Indies A, 600 when they declared.
You mentioned the dangers of pulling outside the off stump. You can recall John Campbell fell via that route in the first unofficial test where he skied one off Mareki and gave him that cotton ball opportunity. Brathwaite on that occasion choosing to be quite watchful. He knows that bounce would be a weapon, a tactic used against the batters of the A team today. So deciding to opt out of playing that particular stroke has favored the offside this morning. I saw a lovely cut shot and 2 exquisite drives that really showcased the speed of the outfield.
The West Indies have lost a couple of wickets. We'll come to that in a moment. Sun is back out. West Indies at 27 without loss. This is start of the 9th over.
Ooh.
Beat outside the off stump, kept a little low. Just before we comment on that, West Indies 109 for 3. Hope stump Butler bowled Rashid, a leg spinner, 49. Rutherford caught Banton bowled Bettel for 6. Powell is not at 5. Johnson Charles is not at 46 of 35. 3 4s and 3 6s. England won the toss and elected to field. South Africa won the toss here. West Indies at 27 without loss.
It's a good sharp single by John Campbell coming on to off stump, playing with the full face of the bat. Was beaten on the previous occasion with one that shaped in and angled away. Mareki maintains good line length. Has looked impressive this morning. 4.2 overs, has just conceded the 6 runs and has posed some challenging questions to the technique and temperament of the batters.
If you're interested in the men's tennis, the Italian Open, we'll try to update you. just keeping it down. Ball going to third slip. So what's the story in tennis? French Open final. The Italian is taking the first set against the Spanish. What's the score of the first test? Yeah, 6-4 over the Spaniard. That's really asking to be put away. It does exactly that. David, a slow delivery outside the line of the off stump, square driven, getting onto the front foot. So that would be with his third boundary of the morning.
A slower delivery from Marek. We just saw that for the high quality camera work. Just rolled the fingers on that one, and Craig Brathwaite really expressed himself on that delivery. He gave it everything. Deliberately played up and over the offside, and this one made its way to the ropes.
I should have said the third boundary in recent times. This is his fifth boundary. There was one that went over gully, slightly in the dark. But he'll be happy with the progress so far. He goes to 22. Campbell is 9. 22 on the board.
Yeah, Red's very interesting. Without seeing the scorecard, if you just gave those numbers, 22 of 28 and 9 of 25, you'd have certainly thought that John Campbell was the one on 22.
Maybe he's got a test selection in mind. Brathwaite is looking forward to playing at Kensington on his home ground, and hope that he can meet the magical number in Grenada once the runs are there. So the West Indies are 32 without loss. We've had 9 overs. I think we're about to have maybe a bowling change soon.
Yes, it looks to be the talented Mpongwana marking his run from the Players Pavilion end. It's been a good spell by Seeley, who's challenged the batters outside off stump. Has completed 4 overs, has conceded 21. Lots of bounce on offer, so certainly the taller man being brought in. We would expect to see that.
So Pongwana comes into the attack. Roland Cox just updating me. One of the best scorers in the Caribbean, if not the best scorer. Brathwaite has had 13 different partners for the West Indies. Well, this is not an official game, but this is previously. Wow. Played a shot, played no shot on bunks.
Yeah, and that certainly bounced. Very interesting start from the tall man. This one shaped back into Campbell and continued moving after passing the bat. So just from that first delivery, you can already see that it's going to be a real test if he continues in that vein.
It's short and hammered off the back foot. Good selection, just too short by the tall all-rounder. And Campbell freeing himself, getting onto the toes and hammering that through cover 4. 36 without loss, a little confidence between the two, who, as Roland Cox just said, have opened in Test cricket on 13 occasions. Will they be the opening pair against Australia at Kensington? Only time will tell. Not many options. The cupboard for the opening spot is a little bare. Good delivery. Beats Profit outside the off stump. Other news coming through. Well, yesterday there was tears at Tottenham with the decision to fire the Australian-born coach. Well, you can look at it two ways. He's got them a trophy which gets them into the top 4 in Europe. But they finished one before the drop zone. They could have easily been demoted. So it wasn't an overall good season, although the European trophy. There's almost a similarity in movement and build between Bola Pranguana and Jason Holder.
Yes, I was thinking the same, height-wise for sure. But it just appears that Pranguana possesses a bit more pace.
And possibly an inch or two taller. Not much. It's cut away very nicely. And picks up another important boundary for the opening partnership. As Campbell trying to match the scoring of Profit, not with any kind of gay abandon, moves to 17. But if you look at the action, the one difference is the left leg is not broken. For the knee is held. That's been maybe the one point being made of Holder that he hasn't probably bowled as quick as he could be.
It's very keen-eyed, Rez Pereira. Noticing that he has a braced front leg, Pranguana.
Yep.
And Jason Holder known for collapsing his front leg.
Well, as
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
so back here we have a change, a double change. Ruan de Swartz comes in from the commentary box end. Pleasant, very pleasant, easy on the eyes, easily played. A real loosener, and treated as a loosener by Brafitt, who moves up nicely on to 26.
Yes, this one over-pitched, begging to be put away, and Craig Brafitt obliged. Bend that front knee into the ball, bisected the gap with precision, and gets a boundary.
Field becoming a little more defensive. Oh, 3 slips and gully now. There's a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Man down at backward square. Brafitt is a very young man, piled up a number of centuries in Barbados. And forward and slight edge in the dark. His 7th boundary. Well, 7th boundary in 30. That's a fairly high ratio. The total moves up to 48 without loss. 48 without loss. They scoring just under 5. But so far, a good foundation being set with Braffett and John Campbell.
Yes, it certainly is. Brafford again playing with some soft hands. A drop in pace from the sword, but not a drop in the tactics. Still bowling for that channel. Corridor of uncertainty as Brafford plays well again. But you know, Reds, interesting stats for Brafford. We were comparing the first class matches between the South Africans and the West Indians. Brafford has had 225 first class matches and has a highest score of 276 with 33 hundreds, just to back up the point that you were just making.
Good looking shot, good bit of fielding. You've got to be very sharp if you're at mid-on, especially if the person is a good drive of the ball. Well, that's a very interesting stat, the number of first-class matches. Because if you compare that with the rest of the present-day players, they are very low in number. That's just opening the face, the kind of shot that probably hurts the bowler, but nothing wrong with just opening the face and going through the slip area. So 52 on the board. Yeah. Is that Braffett's 8th boundary? Yes, 8th boundary. Not very often. You know, the board is 50 without loss, and Braffett is at 8 boundaries.
Yes, but he has shown some really good skill. Those boundaries coming through the offside, and again, decelerated the hands, played this one underneath the eyes. So even if it took the edge, it went straight down, no chance for the catch. Braffett looking good.
You expect that from other right-handers. I can name a few. There's Campbell in strike.
Oh.
Beaten outside the off stump, that moves away. If you remember the likes of Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, go back a bit to Conrad Hunt. If you want to stick in a left-hander in late Roy Fredericks, they were much more attacking without taking too many chances. Well, that's been Braffett, 8 fours in his 34. Bongwana bowls.
Yeah, Reds, but I have a bit of bad news for you. Johnson Charles was going well for the West Indies, but fell 3 runs short of his half century. Just got up to 47 today. 47 or 39, 3 fours and 3 sixes. Current score 136 for 4.
Yeah, England morning so far. It has not been a good venture to Ireland, to England and onwards.
Oh.
Well, he might suggest he pulled out of the shot. He picked up the line. The head was well over the line, going through to the keeper. 52 without loss. Some members of the West Indies party heading back for a camp in Barbados. That was not in the original plans, but good ideas. Nice firm drive. Originally, the backroom staff was to stay in England until the last ball of the last game, which probably would have given Darren Sammy and the coaching staff maybe 11 days between leaving, or 12 days between leaving England and the first test. in Barbados. Well, they've decided that they need to come back early to get things going. Yes. Use of the wrist, good foot movement, bringing the mid off wider towards cover. Always difficult for bowlers and captain when you have a right hand, left hand combination. So we're coming up to the first hour. We're not there yet, but 55 minutes or thereabouts. 53 without loss, JJ. Pretty good session so far from the West Indies A point of view.
It certainly is. They haven't seemed in any great rush this morning. John Campbell had a pretty frenetic start in the first innings of the first test. Boundary leading 43. Has looked more assured in this innings. Gets one to drive, but straight to the fielder. Doesn't find the gap. Mentioning that the Sword, he doesn't possess any great pace like what we've seen from Sele, Mareki and Bongwana, but looks to be the sort of bowler to maintain a good line and length, to just be probing.
Just too wide. He did bowl well in the ODIs, had a long spell. But I suppose as a team traveling, winning isn't always that important. Is how you've exposed your players as you look down the road to the future. They've made a number of changes, South Africa.
And Sandy West Indies have made lots of changes as well, Rents. Philip, Shema Joseph, Justin Greaves, Joel Andrew coming in. Pretty exciting to see what they offer
In South Africa.
later on as this game progresses.
A bit of a talking point when lunch comes around. When the break comes around, really, at the first hour. Roland Cox has done a lot of work. The last A series, 2023. You see some names have moved on to the highest level. South Africa and Australia. South Africa, Australia about to play for the Test Championships in the world.
So Reds, and unfortunately, West Indies have just lost another wicket in England. Powell going for 34. He made 34, 15 deliveries, 3 fours and 2 sixes.
And the West Indies doing a lot better here. The team of 53 without loss at the end of the 13th over and caught down at backward point. driving, not getting over it. Good catch. Ball just moved away slightly. And just about when you think they will have gone to the water break, well, the water break is a little earlier because of the fall of wicket. So, John Campbell.
Yes, and what I find interesting, Reds, we saw this from the spinner actually, Subrian, bowled for the majority of his spell on one side of the wicket, and as soon as he makes a change, picks up a wicket. So the sort attacked Campbell from around the wicket, and the very first ball he shifted to over. Campbell shifted his guard, made the mistake, hands just outside the body, did not play this one underneath his eyes, pushing out, and pushed a simple catch to the field at backward point. And that is the end of John Campbell, an innings that promised a lot more.
Yes, good catch, I thought, and the bowler, the Swartz, 2 overs, 1 for 12, so the change has definitely worked. We have drinks here at the Darren Sammy as Braffett waits for the number 3 to arrive. He's 34. There's a break in the play. We'll have a break here as we come back in a short while.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
And back here at a sun-filled Darren Sammy, Kevin Anderson coming out to replace John Campbell, 53 of 12.5. 12. As Bongwana continues. Well, opportunity for Anderson. He is being picked by some to maybe make his debut in Barbados, but runs and form will determine that. Interesting leave alone. That was too far from the off stump. Forward, picked up the line, the movement maybe a little late, well bowled. Some will say excellent judgment by Braffett. Roland Cox was giving us some great information which will take some time, but it's a good look back. It's a good look back. South Africa, West Indies, eh? So, South Africa, West Indies. South Africa 287 for 9. Peterson 59. Zarori, who is now in the test side, 55. Fortune, who is also played in New Zealand, 53. Bellingham, who got 100 against South Africa, 47. Seals 3 for 22. Jordan 3 for 61. Sinclair 2 for 64. Sherman Lewis 1 for 59. Just a look back. West Indies A in the next game 3, 14 for 9. Chanjapal 78. Kevin Hodge 73. Hakeem Jordan 40. Kevin Sinclair 39. Zachary McCaskey 31. Joshua De Silva 20. Imlat 16. Moriki 3 for 56. He was thought on then. Slow delivery. So South Africa in reply 250 all out. Neil Brand 104. Amzad 30. Bellingham 23. And we look at the bowling. Jordan took 3 for 58. Sherman Lewis 2 for 37. Sinclair 2 for 39. Jason Seals 2 for 48. Jerry McAllister 1 for 35. An opportunity as that signal brings the total up to 54 for 1. With Profit moving to 35 and high delivery. Of course, the West Indies won that by 1 wicket. It's a lot of information to provide, but we have to stay with the action. West Indies A in the following game, 224 for 9. Kevin Sinclair 80, Kirk McKenzie 36, Anjareen Chanjapal 35. And we had a situation where South Africa just to come back to that, South Africa A. Roland Cox has been very busy. I don't believe he slept last night. I'll give you more later on. And listen, on the walk almost. He's had a good year for Guyana. 500 odd runs. And in the innings he's played here, except for one, he's looked the part. Solid right-hander. With a display of shots, good technique. Just play in front of the pad. But young players, I would think JJ will know on an occasion like this that this is a lifetime opportunity for him.
Certainly is. And as you mentioned, many persons have him in the squad for Australia. Has a chance for upward mobility to the international ranks. Did get a half century in the first unofficial test. Be looking to capitalize on some good batting conditions at the Darren Sammy.
Well, conditions good for both batting and bowling. Nice tinge of green. You're going to put in the work, they say. Oh, nice timing. Playing the shot on the move almost. It wouldn't get into the boundary. They come back for the second run. But that's his style, I suppose. I mean, if you're not looking for genuine fast bowling stuff coming at you, your confidence to almost play that on the move. So, 2 to Anderson. Braffett, 35. The West Indies, a 57 for 1 off 15.
Yes, that one gun barrel straight actually disturbed the furniture at the non-striker's end, hit the stumps, ricocheted, and still almost went down to the boundary. So good start, good confident push from Kevlon Anderson. Would love to do his talent and form some justice by putting up a big score. Early days still.
Credit there to the bowler. Took the outer part but didn't carry. You know, the South African backroom staff, I don't know how many miles they have walked around this ground, but most of them come around, obviously to look at the line, to judge the bowlers. In particular, the bowling coaches are just to our left.
Yes, every afternoon you just see them jogging, making some laps.
Yep. Raffet might have missed out on that. Short enough. 57 for 1. Very wayward by the taller rounder. Looks a good athlete. He's well coordinated. Won't be surprised if he plays a little bit of basketball in South Africa. There's a defensive rebounding, there's offensive rebounding. Got a hook shot, a little jump shot. He'll be a well-fancied player. Maybe he's never played a basketball game, so who am I to suggest that?
Yeah, Reds, but some news out of the Tour of England. West Indies got up to 196 for 6. A late order burst from Powell and Shepherd and Holder. And Chase came in and hit his first ball for 6. So 6 of 1. A good total, Reds.
After this delivery, you might like to give the individual score for our viewers.
Yes, but to get up to 196 for 6, given the start that they had, a good finish. No one got the half century, but good contributions all the way through. Late cameos.
Well, that should take some getting. It's enough for the bowlers to work with. Well bowled, well played. A little bit of movement in. So the West Indies are 57 for 1. So the bowling coaches have seen enough, and they now join the walk around. But they've done many miles. You just keep walking and walking. I suppose it's all part of them staying fit and getting in some exercise in between what they do in the nets or what they do in the middle. Showing the maker's name as he pushes forward.
Kevlon continues to be quite mobile at the wicket, making advances at the bowler, the swat, ever so often.
The Swartz. Made a little bit of height there, but he was across behind it.
Yes, the swat doesn't possess any great pace, but he does have the height, Reds, so you would expect a bowler like that to generate some good bounce from the surface.
Well, maybe he was never genuine quick. He's one of those seamers who concentrate on line and length and movement for straight batsmen. Anderson was too early with his forward movement, had to make an adjustment. Just got to be careful, or he commits himself too far forward.
He needs to ensure that he plays straight because he gets that left leg right in front. So no doubt the bowlers would be looking to attack the stumps, attack that front pad.
To clip it away, might be in the air for a little while. Pitched up. But it really is painful to watch good cricket, and not watched by one spectator. You know, I grew up going to Border, where for a trial match you will have 2,000 or 3,000 people.
All right, did the persons just want to ensure that the selection was fair? So they came out in drones. 2,000 people for a trial match.
Well, you see, let's face back. In the 50s and 60s, the Caribbean didn't have all the alternative that they have now. I mean, in those days there was no television, so people didn't have all the entertainment that you have now, all the competing activities. So people came to cricket. It was well promoted. In those days, all the newspapers carried full scorecards. All the Case Cup matches, all the Dafton Cup matches, full scorecard, intermediate White Cup matches. And I think that's the same for the rest of the Caribbean. Sunlight Cup in Jamaica, and the BCA competitions, Division 1 and 2. A test match, people will get to Bordeaux overnight and camp down. But when you have a ground that only could hold 14,000, 16,000 people, people are coming from Berbice, from Escobar, they're coming from the East Coast, the West Bank. But sadly, those days are gone. I suppose when your team is not winning, it doesn't help. But look at the options people these days. The internet, the music, all sorts of options for young people, for people in general. Well, that's skied up.
I'll have to have a look at that one again.
Yeah.
Ooh. Was he almost undone by the bounce there?
I'm giving an example. My father allowed me to go either to the movies or to cricket. I couldn't have both. Invariably, I chose for cricket on a Saturday afternoon with $2 in my pocket. Good over so far by Pongwana, making Braffett, who's been in good touch. Braffett 35 from 54 balls, 8 fours. He's at 43 dots. Anderson just come in, 2 of 10 balls. And caught in the covers. Well, he had a little difficulty early on where the bunks had him, but that ball didn't seem to have a lot of devil in it, but didn't get over it, and offering a fairly simple catch to cover. So the West Indies are 57 for 2.
Yes, so this one certainly against the run of play. Braffett was just commended for his solid start, watchful approach. Given the opportunity to drive, and it's fair to say that it was a loose drive that has led to his downfall. Pongwana brought the bounce and the pace. He was disconcerted in the previous delivery, and he pushed that one on the line of the body. And this time, loose drive outside the off stump, and a simpler catch than the last one to John Campbell. This one almost surprised the fielder. He bubbled the catch and took it on the second attempt. But nonetheless, the catch was taken. Pongwana rewarded for some good discipline. And Brathwaite, who looked good, has to depart.
Well, one West Indian player has departed, another one just about taking guard, Atenes. Again, an important innings for him. There's all kinds of combination being selected by a lot of armchair selectors. Well, bowl right on target, tested the batsman straight away. So the West Indies are 2 for 57. John Campbell caught off the Swartz for 18, and Braffett just caught by Peter of Pongwana for 35. Well, these two made about 30 odd minutes. Pretty good take. Well, got a glove through it. It was wide outside the line of the leg stump. Keeper had to get off. So South Africa has inched back into this game. It was totally dominated by the West Indies. And in fact, it's been a very quiet period. The last run was scored in the 15th over. So Braffett probably would have liked to have been there at lunch and beyond.
Most certainly would have, but a good start provided by our scorer Roland Cox. I remember that Andrew Strauss, former England captain, had always said that if you can string, good defense there from Kevlon, if you can string 3 maidens together, it tends to bring a wicket. And we just saw that on display after the South Africans had really put a hold on run scoring. Bradford was offered up the drive, juicy delivery outside off stump, and essentially fell for the trap.
Bongwana, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. The Swartz, 4.1, 1 for 14. He continues. Overall, the discipline of the South African bowlers during their tour of St. Lucia has been of the highest order.
It definitely has been, and I've seen the way that they've gone about the training and how they've executed the plans. It has certainly been impressive. And they've gotten due rewards for the work ethic. Again, another delivery in that channel, forcing a decision from Kevlon Anderson to play outside the line of the off stump.
Well, trying to guide it there. It was good movement. Trying to guide it past third slip. But just back to what we have seen, it is a reflection of the South African system. How early these young men were coached. 14, 15 years of age. I mean, you gave Braffett's first class figures. Look, viewers, televiewers, how many first class matches Anderson has had.
Yes, Red. So
Atenez.
For Anderson, he's had 22 first class games for a highest score of 153. Has scored 5 centuries and 6 50s. Average is 46.
Caught at cover. Soft dismissal, very much in the way Braffett went. Not getting over the ball, having conversations with himself as he walks off. But that is all in the past. West Indies are 3 down. JJ.
Another high quality catch. This time from Naba Peter. It's actually the third batter who falls to the drive, Reds. We've seen it before. John Campbell didn't get his head over the ball, gave a chance to backward point. Bradford caught in the covers. Kevlon Anderson goes via the same route. So the plan has been obvious from the South Africans. They have starved the West Indians of the drive, have them defending, keeping them honest, and every once in a while just float one up and test the willingness to float with some danger. And Anderson, fair to say, played a loose drive outside off stump, didn't have the conviction or the authority that we have come to know him for, and again, fair to say he gave it away today.
Yep. And all 3 of West Indies batsmen have gone through some very poor selections, very soft dismissal, but almost give the bowling a fair amount of credit because they've been very consistent, they've been building pressure, they've been denying runs, but that doesn't say that you can't get over the ball if you're looking to drive. Too many shots in the air.
Period of serious quiet. The runs had dried up. Maybe a sense of pressure created.
Here's one for the future. Joel Andrews, who had a very good tour of South Africa with the West Indies A. And lets that go. Well, certainly the first session, although we're very far away, about half an hour, going very much South Africa way. Moreki, 5 overs, no middles, none for 10. Sailor, 4 overs, no middles, none for 21. Pangwana has had 5 overs, 1 for 10. And the Swartz has picked up his second wicket of 5 overs, conceding some 14 runs.
Yes, we had mentioned that when the SWAT is on, you can see a drop in the pace from what you've seen from Moreki and Pongwana and Silly, but not a drop in the tactics and the skill. He's prized out 2 wickets. Pongwana continues, but you mentioned that Joel Andrew Reds is one for the future. A generational talent is what he's been described as, just to give you some insight into his credentials as a batter. He's had some 15 first-class matches, has scored 1 century and 7 half-centuries, a strike rate of 75.6 and an average of 34.88. Early days in the career still.
Antonez. Oh, loose shot. Oh. That's not the kind of shot you play when you're 3 for 57 and you've just come in.
An indication of the mindset of the batters. Saw one that was short and wide and decided to have a go. I read it's a famous saying that when you flash hard. So to his credit, he certainly went after this one.
Have to check the drive there. Maybe initially looking to hit it a lot more firm, but good timing.
That's right, but in Afanese and Andrew, you can see the future of West Indies cricket. A lot of investment, no doubt, would be made in these two young men. The batting talent is there. Batters aesthetically appealing when at the crease, but need to put up the substance and continual improvement.
Bad bowling. Coming around the wicket, maybe not as comfortable around the wicket. But, you know, you talk about the future of West Indies batting. You can have a future, but you've got to put the scores together. I mean, I think it's good that Joel Andrews is here. I felt that he should have been here from day one, that it wasn't maybe the best idea to take him on a tour of England where the ball moves around, where it gets cold. You've gotten a lot more cricket here, and it turned out it just from the little opportunity he had, it was maybe the wrong decision. Maybe I'm being wise after the event, but I think I'm on record of saying that he should have been not going to England, but coming to St. Lucia. Atenez, who shorter runs in the ODIs, really needs to have a pretty convincing long knock here. Nice timing. Both batsmen yet to get off the dreaded knot. Atenez has had 7 opportunities. And Roland Cox just underscore what we've been saying. JJ, 5 maiden overs in a row.
Again, testament.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series. 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes.
Well, a chance to look at Andrew, looking to drive previous delivery. Might have just lost a little bit of shape towards the end. But South Africa very defensive with the field placing. We'll come to that in a while. Much sung the better looking shot. I mean, you have the West Indies, I would say reeling, but advantage South Africa. 3 for 57. There's no third slip. There's no silly point. There's no two short gullies. They have been, throughout the tour, tendency to be a little conservative with their field placing. Good control shot on the front foot, controlling the shot. The angle of the bat is there.
Yes, Rez, but can you maybe look at it the other way, that the majority of those dismissals have come through the cordon that they did have, so there is supposed to be no need for the extra aggression of the short leg and so on, because plan A has worked.
Good testing delivery. Well, you might have had wickets caught in the covers, but that doesn't take away your options of with your fast bowlers bowling. I mean, they're not bowling for catches in the covers only. If you don't get over the ball, yes, but you can get outside edges too. Looking quite solid. Think he came back from South Africa A, landed in Antigua early. I think changed the clothes, went off to his school and got 100. That reflects the keenness. Some people flying back from South Africa will think of one thing: going to the beach or just having a long rest. Deep mid wicket has gone out. Nice looking shot, beautiful. Easy, good timing. Launching into the shot, not a lot of power, no anger. Gets off the mark in style. The West Indies are 3 for 61.
Yes, I love that word you use, the red style, and posing for the camera after he played that exquisite drive through the covers. And again, taking this one straight from the textbook. Didn't have to move. So in that shot, you just get an indication and some insight into the talent of the man and why he's in lots of conversations around the region.
So he's 4. And it's up to Andrew and Antinez. Not to just be noted for their talent, but to really put it together in the middle. Well, almost getting into trouble.
So Kushle Sele is back and right away posing some serious questions of the batters. Afanese having to sway out of the way of this one.
Initially looking maybe to play an aggressive shot off the back foot. Well, concentration to read the game. There's I'm sure quite a few people would watch us if he doesn't have one. We have about 21 minutes and really need to settle, wait for the bad ball, turn over the strike. Letting it go on occasion. 3 for 61. Probably get to about 25, 26 overs in session. 2 slips on a gully. Backward point cover mid-off.
So again, some more good bowling by Sele, keeping things quiet. It's a good challenge for the batters. Remember from the first game when he's been brought back, has picked up wickets. Picked up that 5-wicket haul in the first innings of the first unofficial test.
Going around the wicket. Slow delivery. The modern parlance is pace off, pace on.
Bringing some variety to his bowling. A chance for all players on display to impress the world.
Athens, 13 deliveries, he's got 1.
Showcase their readiness for bigger things.
So the 22nd over is completed. And for those who might have just joined the coverage of this game, Campbell was the first to go, himself and Braffett opening after South Africa had won the toss. Campbell was caught off the bowling of the Swartz for 18. Braffett was caught Peter, bowled Pangwana for 35. Anderson caught Peter, bowled the Swartz for 2. Andrew knotted 4. Warwickon Athens yet to get off the dreaded, and for some reason or the other, people has got at Warwickon coming next. The Swart to continue. 61 for 3. South African morning so far. He has extra skills. He's also a fine wicketkeeper, as we saw in South Africa. He batting at number 6 for the West Indies. So he's coming here under pressure.
To be honest, Red, he doesn't look it. He looks totally unfazed by what's being presented. A sense of calm about him.
Well, I really meant under pressure in terms of the conditions of the game. 3 for 61. I'm not saying that he is under pressure.
Understood, but he just looks so calm and composed.
Kept it a little low. Looking to play off the back foot. South African captaincy a little more aggressive here. They brought in a short cover. So, 2 steps a gully of a back foot point, a short cover. Cover mid-off, mid-on. No orthodox mid-wicket near the square leg umpire man, a deep backward square. Stands up well, stroking it beautifully. Touch of class in that shot. Just back of a length. Not trying to hit it too hard. The eyes don't open and get too carried away. So he's off the mark with 2 real polished boundaries as he now moves to 8.
Yes, some scintillating stroke play and real aesthetic appeal to the batting of Andrew. Again, the teenager looks calm and composed. Looking really good. Almost leaves that in like a Steve Smith fashion.
Yes. I was speaking to Marley Richards, who himself an excellent commentator. And he thinks highly of this young man. But it's all about putting the innings together. Electing not to play, and there's a definite sureness about his decision. So 50 minutes to go to lunch, and these two will no doubt be very selective. Coach Cooley and Captain Wardican will welcome them, see what the West Indies can do after lunch. Well, that didn't have lunchtime written on it.
Yes, and we've seen that a few times from the West Indies A batters just before break, losing the concentration. Andrew would have felt that this one was there for the taking and flashed hard at it, but again, the SWAT must be credited for keeping that ball in that corridor of uncertainty. Showing some good patience to hold that line, albeit Andrew has stroked him away twice, but must be credited for some good bowling, good discipline.
Roland Cox passes me the score. England 47 for 1 after 5 overs. There's runs here for the West Indies. It wouldn't go into the boundary as Atten is freeing himself. An opportunity to pick up some important runs. So finally he's off the mark. He's had off 15. Andrew 8 off 13. And the West Indies are inched to 67 for 3.
It was some good work there from Naba Peter. Already taken 2 good catches.
Being very watchful as he just goes on to the front foot. Let's update you with the tennis. And Skinner seemed to be 2 sets and a break up against the Spaniard. So Coco Gauff winning yesterday, became a second major victory. And now Skinner went through a little difficult time. He was suspended. There were all kinds of discussions about the suspension.
Kushlesele continues to keep things tight. The batters not being allowed to have a quick start. Have really been denied scoring opportunities. And just as we say that, Afanez is on the drive and opens the face and finds the boundary. Another exquisite shot from the left-handed classy batter from Dominica.
And that's the best shot he has played. Timed it very well. Just opened the face of the bat. Didn't try to overhit it. That should do his confidence a great deal of good. It sends the West Indies to 71 for 3. There's batting still to come. Gordon Cox tell me it is Imlach next and Justin Graves. But South Africa's made good inroads.
So 3 wickets falling to the drive. Afan is still deciding to stroke this one away and opens the face. Certainly this was one for the purists. Traveled all along the ground. Took a long while before he got himself off the mark. But has picked up 6 runs in this over alone.
Go straight drive. And this is bad running. This is not good running. That should have been an easy third run. There was indecisions written all over. Missed opportunity there because that went almost down to the rope at the far end. So West Indies not in a position to miss out on each and every run. 73 for 3. And although the running has been quite good this morning, that's not a case.
It's guilty of ball watching on that occasion. Is it the case where he felt that that one was going to go to the boundary? Either way, should have been pushing for more. Nonetheless, that takes the total up to 73. It's 73 for 3 after 24. As we see the reintroduction of Chepo Moreki.
Yep, good captaincy. Swartz, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. He's replaced. Pongwana, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. And Sele, 6 not, 29-1. So they've virtually rotated 3 bowlers. Andrew, 8. Bad delivery. Not in keeping with the standard he's established was in St. Lucia. Ricky. Not for 10 or 5.1. He'll be anxious to get something in the last column.
Oh.
Flashing shot there by Andrew. Maybe out of context the way he has played so far and in the context of the game. I make it 7 minutes before lunch.
Is this one banged in by Moreki? seasoned campaigner to the youngster. And just as he has shown that willingness to take on that short delivery, Captain Ackerman just places a fielder out at the backward square.
Is he going to provide an opportunity for a challenging hook? No, sirree. It's right on the line of the off stump. But sometimes you see the man going out to backward square as a 3-card trick. Has nothing to do with the upcoming length.
Just something to get into the mind of the batter, make him think that something is going on to take him away from his plan.
Well. It's easy for us, I suppose, to feel that was an ill-advised shot. But it's all in the mind. It's all in the concentration. It's all in the experience too. I mean, everything indicates put your head down, get to lunch. Don't offer anything that could be dangerous. Nothing uncertain about that and nothing ill-advised about that. Lovely shot off the back foot. He didn't have to go chasing after the bowler. Beautiful shot. A lot more power. And that demonstrates the selection at this time on that occasion.
It's a high-quality stroke from Joel Andrew, and I think that should prompt an investigation of the ball, because that one crashed into the wall. Such was the power and the timing. It's fair to say it deserved the treatment.
It's a patient game. You've got to wait for the right deliveries. Respecting the line there. But a couple of shots which surprised us. But they're still there, 77 for 3 with information. West Indies women had been played at the 3W overs at Cave Hill. West Indies, Australia at Kensington. So a fair amount of cricket coming up.
That's right, but when I watch Andrew, he reminds me of a Marlon Samuels, and certainly you've seen more cricket than me. Is there anyone that he reminds you of? His approach, his technique?
Well, I haven't seen him before, so I'll wait a while. I'll wait a while. Well, I like to, from West Indies' point of view, is to see these two walk off at lunch.
Ooh. Sele is intent on making that pretty difficult. Still is up, hungry for a wicket. We've seen on a few occasions the South Africans have walked off with a wicket just before lunch, and that would certainly be in the minds of the players. Degree of caution needs to be taken.
Squeezed onto the back foot. I think our cameraman just a while ago picked up one spectator. Maybe You can find that spectator, which stand they're in. We can't see from here.
Oh my gosh, Rez, look at what he's showing you. Is that the spectator?
No, that's just a variation. Had good carry, lifting. Attendance correctly, didn't look for the cut shot. But not a good batting performance, because the 3 wickets that have gone, if we analyze them, has been out very poor shots, very soft dismissals.
I was about to say. And credit the cameraman for a good sense of humor, but nothing to really smile about from this batting performance thus far from West Indies, eh? The platform was laid with Brathwaite and Campbell, registered a 50 partnership, made the investment of time at the crease, looked like they were prepared to soak up some pressure, but South Africans have been bowling to a plan, starving the batters for the drive and occasionally floating one up there to test the willingness to play at it, and they've picked up 3 wickets via the same route. So Joel Andrew has shown that he's willing to take on the bowling once it's in his zone.
Well, this could be maybe the last over for lunch. And stir neatly away. The South Africans going up as if they thought there was a little bit of danger there. Strike rotated. Congrats to the cameraman who found the one spectator. But you ask yourself, enough is being done to promote matches like this. Interviews in television, talk shows appearances, and that's solidly played. And umpire Shepherd would say, time for lunch. The Yorkshire pudding. Well, I don't know the menu, but I can tell you that the actual menu of Roland Cox says 79 for 3, 26 overs. Brathwaite caught Peter off the bowling of Bagmangwe for 35. The Swords had Campbell for 18. Anderson caught Peter, bowled the Swords for 2. Athena's now at 9. Andrew not of 13. 13 of 20. Athena's 9 of 25. And the South African bowling. Sele, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. Bongwana, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. And the Swartz, very happy with his 2 for 22 off 7 overs. And as they walk off, it's been a South African morning.
Certainly, Ackerman's bowling unit has provided the justification for his decision to bowl first after winning the toss. Picked up 3 wickets and have kept the scoring down. It's just 79 for 3 after 26 overs. And again, they would walk off to enjoy a good lunch, being in the ascendancy thus far in the first session.
Yes. With that kind of score, the fielding side is going to be chirping with plans after lunch. And Captain Warwick and Coach Coley will have to have their plans after lunch. As we said before, there's batting to come. On a scorecard in front of us, Imlach to come next and then Justin Graves. So some batting that can put runs on the board, but that's all ahead of us. So that's the position here at the Darren Semi. Enjoy the break and we will come back as soon as play resumes.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating, because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in court Sammy real quick, see what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coach Man Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red indoors. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all aware. Jumping up as from Malaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all aware. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the sixes, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red indoors. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all aware. Jumping up as from Malaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all aware. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy where we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the full of energy men's home series. With 3 matches being played, Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies cricket is all our we legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red indoor. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all aware. Jumping up past Malaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all aware. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the sixes, we rock the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red indoor. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all aware. Jumping up past Malaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all aware. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy where we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
And welcome back after lunch. West Indies A batting a 79 for 3 of 26 overs. The details: Campbell 18, Braffett 35, Anderson 2. At lunch, 79 for 3 of 26 overs. Andrew on 15 and Atenas 9. JJ, your assessment of the opening session?
It's fair to say that things have gone South Africa A's way. As I say again, good afternoon to our viewers, wherever you may be. 79 for 3 reflects that the bowling unit have vindicated the decision to bowl first. The West Indies A batters have struggled on this tour thus far, but at the crease right now we have Andrew and Afanes, 2 batters who represent the future of West Indies cricket. As it stands right now, tasked with the responsibility of repairing the innings and batting the team to a respectable total.
So the attack will be continued from the commentary box then. Ricky. None for 14 off 6. 2 sips in the gully. Good delivery, beat batsman and keeper. Certainly swung away after passing the off stump.
We've mentioned this before. This is high quality bowling, and after a break he starts on the money immediately, back in that corridor of uncertainty, forcing a decision from Andrew.
Andrew, settled. He's played one or two lovely shots already. Thinking of throwing the bat at that, but wise counsel prevailing. So Campbell 18, Braffett 35, Anderson 2, all soft dismissals.
It's fair to say on this batting paradise, you want to cash in once you've been there for a while. Braffett seemed most likely getting to 35, but wasn't to be today.
Flashing drive, first over after lunch. You must bear in mind this man is just 17. So let us not rush to judgment. Many who have seen him, I'm seeing him for the first time, have clearly said that he's a very good young talent. Nice shot, but brilliantly stopped.
Nah, but Peter, some acrobatics on display once again. Has already accounted for two of the batters with his catching. Unafraid to fling himself, albeit parallel to the ground, to save runs for his team.
Yes, the feeling overall, like the bowling, has been of a very high quality. That again,
Wow, yeah.
highlights it. People willing to respond very quickly. He had very little time to see that coming to his left, and made every effort. Got down, committed himself. Nice pick up with the left hand, or half stop with the left hand, which seems to be hurting a bit. Ricky, two slips in the gully. Right on target, brings a solid defensive shot. So it remains at the lunchtime position of 79 for 3. The last Roland Cox just to update me with the England score. 3 wickets down when last we checked. See you later. Continue from the far end. Skinner won the first 2 sets. Alcaraz, I think, leading 5-4 in the third. Ooh, almost bowled off the inside edge. There was a choir. It wasn't one man appealing. There was a whole choir there. England 163 for 4, 50.4 overs. Thank you, Roland. 28 needed from 25 balls. They got wickets in hand. It's not 8 down. Again, solid defense. Can only defend with such a delivery, cutting back into the left-hander.
So Saley really, he's just hammering that ball on a good length, forcing Afanese into defense.
Well, these two can put runs together, it will ease the pressure. West Indies could lose the first session but win the last two. And that's carved away nicely. Just too short. Really blotted his copybook after an excellent over. So some welcome runs by West Indies A. Athenham himself moving to 13. Andrew also on 13. Antonez 13 from 28. And Jewel 13 from 26. So no extra catching men. Still the regulation 2 steps in the gully. That's short and pulled down towards the long leg. Good control, wasn't trying to hit it out of the Darren Sammy. Rotation was a strike.
That last boundary from Afanes, it was well controlled. He stepped this one down to the third man region, but it's something that Sele would not be too disappointed with at all, to have him pushing outside his body, outside the line of the off-stump, and just hanging the bat out there. So something to look forward to in that contest between Sele and Afanes.
Beauty. Didn't come back, it just held his line. It's onto the front foot. And you see the name Andrew, you go flashing back to people with the same name of the past. There was an English keeper called Andrew. Not many I can recall quickly. Maybe there's an obvious one I'm forgetting. But Keith Andrew was an English wicketkeeper. Seeing the movement early as the over is in fact completed. So the West Indies with work to be done. They need, from their point of view, to add 100 in this session and still be there. But that's the ideal. South Africa would have written a different skip, JJ.
And that's for sure. We keep saying it because it remains constant. The quality of the South African attack, the discipline. They've kept the ball in some good areas and have forced the batters into mistakes. Side off stump. Have not presented many loose deliveries for run scoring.
Antonez, as Moriki goes around the wicket. Antonez, his hometown, had a lot of rain overnight, a lot of rain this morning. Well, it'll be good for the farming community, good for the water catchment area. Of course, there's no shortage of water in Dominica. Any aggressive rivers. Trying to play it off the back foot. New international airport being worked on. Spent some happy days at the OECS Sports Desk in Dominica and throughout the sub-region. Just in time. It's been free scoring from Braffit all morning, but overall the cricket has been very tense.
Yes, so. And that again is owing to the discipline of the South African A bowling unit.
Lovely shot. Leaning into it. Again, not a great deal of power, more placement. Opportunity for both men to put a major score. We have a few more spectators. That's encouraging. If I was doing the PR for the West Indies board, the local organizing committee, certainly after the first 4-day game, I would have had a bit of a press conference, have the captains and coach expose, get them on talk shows. That's miscued. Loose shot. I'm just checking the body language. Maybe we can just look if there was a missed opportunity there. Was that a top edge?
Ooh, Reds, I just think that might have come off something for sure. Looking at the disappointment on the faces of the South Africans.
Yes, it ballooned high up to the left. Sometimes difficult to whether it came off the shoulder or the bat. The replay wasn't all that clear, but for sure it was not maybe the best selection. That's a much better selection. Lovely shot. Such a class in the shot. 4 important runs after the interval. So a mixed bag, ending with a beautiful shot, then the previous one almost maybe losing his wicket.
Yes, so you saw a bit of that rashness from Andrew, but there you see the elegance. High elbow, opening the face of the bat to bisect that gap. Elegance and class, 2 words that have summed up the stroke play from Andrew when he's made contact. He's taken his tally up to 17. He's 17 from 30.
And rushed on to him. Took the inner part of the bat. So a chance to put together a partnership here can bring the West Indies A in a much better position at the tea time. But South Africa are very happy to be patient. They've bowled well, they've given away very few scoring opportunities. The catching has been of the high order. 2 catches this morning, by no means straightforward. Chile. And that's good delivery. Oh, that would have got many out. So I must say, after initially getting into trouble, as he went back and it came back at him, he managed just to keep the balance and get out of the way.
High class, high quality bowling. Back in the day, you would call that the smell the leather. And Joel Andrew did well to sway out of the way at the last moment. Silly just surprising him with the pace, the bounce, and the accuracy.
In contrast, interesting. Back in the day, smelling the leather. Leather don't smell anymore in 2025.
But then Silly took us back to the old days there with that one.
He certainly had a good smell of the leather, but it was a very good delivery. One must give him credit for getting out of the shot. $90 for 3. We're being blessed with very good weather in St. Lucia. 3 days before the start of the first ODI, I think we are all very worried, not to mention the ground staff here, because the weather was extremely wet. Day after day, shower after shower. Miscued, and sometimes you have a miscued shot that goes past the bowler, down the slope. It didn't happen that way. The timing wasn't there. If the timing was a little better, probably would have gotten more out of the shot.
Yes, and a hint of inward movement from Sealy that could have contributed to that shot, which was intended to go for the wide gap for the covers, ending up at mid-on.
Well, almost hard to believe. Short, and initially going on to the back foot, but not keeping it down. Simple catch.
This one appears to have held up on Joel Andrew. Again, the bounce coming into the equation, presenting another catch to Naba Peter. Peter, who's been a live wire in the field all day. It doesn't get much simpler than that at this level, Reds.
Yes. Hustle off the back foot. I think he was a little surprised, maybe a little bit of extra bounce. So the West Indies further behind the 8 ball, 90 for 4. And I was talking about players with the name of Andrew. I did suggest Keith Andrew. Well, Roland Cox backs me up by saying played for England from 1954 to 1963. I'm sure we'll probably get an email, somebody who played in 1901. But it's always interesting to raise these little things. So Graves has come before Imlash. Maybe seniority operating here.
Possibly, and could be that there is interest in him batting at that position, number 6, out of the all-rounder. It's where he has featured in Test cricket. So a little chance to make that spot his own, to create a similar situation to what he may face if selected, if retained in that 11 for Australia.
So it's going to be, see you later, continue. 1 for 37. 4 for 90. Just driving well. England need 4 from 14. So the West Indies board investing in a major UK tour to improve the white ball team, playing both the 50 over and the T10 to I. Hasn't gone at all that well. But soon we will be turning to the Australian Test Series. First in Barbados, the next in Grenada, and the last, as far as we know, still a day and nighter. You can expect the Australian team will be a very solid selection. And to change the shot as that ball came in.
Fred, you mentioned a big investment by the board to get our players over to England. Hasn't reaped the benefits by way of W's in the column. Certainly some players getting the experience playing against some really tough opposition.
Bowling continues to be extremely accurate. Building on the situation at 79 for 3. And since then, West Indies, in case you were aware, just lost Andrews, caught Peter off the bowling of Chile for 17. It's a beautiful afternoon, mid-afternoon. Looking to drive hard into the ground. Spectators catch. More cricket coming up in St. Lucia. You have the T10, Dream 11, 24th of June. And the Sandals combination has just been announced. I don't have all the details with me, but we'll try and fill you in. It's a focus on the schools. Sandals has been providing sponsorship for many years now. Nicely played. And thought for a moment they would have broken the series of dot balls, but mid-wicket coming around. So, South Africa moving on from 79 for 3 have got the West Indies really onto the back foot at 91 for 4. It's more from you, JJ, and then it will be Claudius Emmanuel.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Good afternoon to you, Jamal. Good afternoon to viewers. Okushle Sele. We'll move into Graves. It's his first delivery and pushes up to mid-off. And there's no run. 90 for 4. South Africa A. Making inroads into West Indies A's batting. Sele to Graves. Drive in. Back to Sele. Bang on target. Graves can only defend. He's got 2 slips and the gully. Sele looking for his second wicket. Wide off stump. This time Graves does not play. into the gloves of Quishele. West Indies A, for a number of changes in the second unofficial test, of course going down by an innings and 88 runs in the first one. Silly to Graves, full toss looks like, but punch straight to mid-off. Senokwane is there, and there's no run. Tight stuff to Graves at the start of his innings, Gigi.
The discipline has been very impressive. Thought process, the planning, the execution. Graves flown in from the white ball tour overseas here in St. Lucia. One would assume in preparation for that upcoming test tour against the Aussies.
He's playing that down into the gully, but can't score.
He's playing with a straight bat, presenting the full face. But certainly the discipline from the South Africa A bowlers has been a feature of the cricket today.
Sailor to Graves. Well, straight out and played up to mid-on. But Graves can't score. It's a maiden from Sele. South Africa A, sending down the 32nd over of the innings. West Indies A 90 for 4.
Yes, all batters dismissed, going in similar fashion, either being caught at backward point or in the covers, pushing at deliveries. That would have required either some soft hands or getting over the ball, being made to play outside the line of off stump. Some hard hands. South Africans have kept run scoring just to.
Bit of rain around. You see the ground staff getting ready. Just saw it against the flags. But we continue. Sele down the leg side, the appeal going up. But Atene's not touching that. And no damage done. So ground staff below us in their raincoats. And bit of moisture around. But we continue. It's not falling as we speak, but some cloudiness around. Morike is outside the off stump, and this time Atenes ignores it. West Indies going down in that second T20I. England with a comfortable 2-0 lead now. So quite a bit of blue sky and white cloud around. It's a bit hazy, a fair amount of Sahara dust around. Morike to Atenes, who lays bat on ball and plays into the offside. There's no run, so he remains on 16. This has been quite seeded knock from Atenes, 16 from 43, and a man who needs that time at the crease, JJ, because with the test match coming up, he would need to certainly spend time in the middle. He's going about it in a quiet way. 2 slips and a gully. Morike into him. A play and a miss. Outside off. Quishele also misses. Not for the first time since lunch. And
Yes. Ishile had suffered a blow on the hand of one that bounced just short of him and hit the hand awkwardly. That could be a reason as to why he's not picking all of the deliveries cleanly. But again, good bowling by Mareki. Afan is playing away from the body without much conviction.
Morike, outside edge found, out towards backward point boundary and into it for 4. Not in control there. Atten is pushing at that. Luckily for him, it didn't go airborne, went down to the left of the gully fielder and away to the boundary for 4. So he goes to 20, 94 for 4.
Again, drawn in by the length. And some good bowling by Moreki on around the off stump, Captain Ackerman. And just ensuring that the gully is placed right. 2 slips, a gully. Man a deep backward point. Cover, mid off.
Morike continuing round the wicket. Bowls a fairly wide delivery and Atenes allows it to go to complete the over. So 94 for 4. West Indies, as I told you, going down to England. England getting there by 4 wickets with 9 balls to spare. So West Indies 196 for 6 from their 20. They got 75 in the last 4 overs. But England, well, arriving at their target quite comfortably in the end. 18.3 overs. England 199 for 6. So West Indies losing the T20I series. 1 game left on Tuesday. And would want to pull one back. Sele starts a new over to Graves. Standing up straight and playing back to Sele. West Indies white ball struggling in England.
Yes, and for that last game, you would expect a lot of desperation to ensure that they would leave the English shores with a W. The women played some 6 games, did not register a victory either, and had 3 ODIs, now 2 T20Is.
Sele to Graves. Graves turns it away. Still can't score. This is his 8th delivery. So Sele in particular has been, in fact, all the little deliveries to him have been from Sele. Previous over was a maiden to him. So he's yet to get off the mark for West Indies in that T20I. Johnson Charles 47, Shea Hope 49, Powell 34, 29 from 9 from Holder. Really pushing West Indies towards the end nicely. Graves gets one outside the off stump and allows it to go. 2 wickets for Luke Wood and 1 each for Cass, Bethel and Rashid. And when they replied, England 47 from Joss Butler, 34 Brooke, 26 Bethel from 10, and Tom Banton, who really pressed the accelerator, 30 from 11. And that's where it sort of got away from West Indies, because they were in with a bit of a chance when they dismissed. Outside the off stump, Graves has one cutting back at him and eluding the outside edge as well as the off stump. So good delivery there from Sele. Close thing here for Graves.
Oh, I think that one beat him on the inside. Was sliced through him like, yes, like a knife through butter. Some really good bowling by Okushle Sele. It's been a real spearhead of this attack looks threatening in every spell that he's been called upon by Ackerman, as Greaves just plays this one out to cover point. Crucially silly, highly impressive, and miserly. This is 11th over. It's just conceded the 37. 2 maidens, 1 delivery left, and 5 dots. Justin Greaves unable to score. It's been 11 deliveries.
Squared up Graves will get off the mark from his 12th delivery, and we'll get a couple as they swap, picking it up inside the third man boundary. So off the mark Graves, the end of the over, the 34th of the innings. West Indies A, sent in by South Africa A, they are 96 for 4.
So Graves finally getting himself off the mark, albeit in unconvincing fashion. A good delivery by Sele, causing that body to just open up. Got squared up, found the outside edge, eluded the fielders in the cordon, picked himself up 2. Scored 96 for 4 from 34.
Morike will start his 11th over, bowling to Atenes, pushing up to the mid-wicket position, and ball being picked up by Pretorius. So in the T20I, let's just wrap that up. So Butler 47 and Brook 34, when those two were dismissed, West Indies thought they had a look in, but Tom Banton and Jacob Bether pressing on the accelerator. For West Indies, Azari Joseph 2 for 45, and a wicket each for Hossein, Holder, Shepherd and Chase. So work to be done by Shea Hope, Sammy, and of course the rest of the white ball outfit. Morike to Graves, pushing up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes, currently 97 for 4. Testament to the quality of the bowling in this encounter. You can just recollect that in the previous match, by lunch on day 1, West Indies A were 100 for 4 after 23.5 overs. In this match, not yet 100, it's already been 44.2 overs.
Morike to Graves is again kept on a very tight rein. The South African seamers, Sele and Morike, on the money all the time, making things difficult for Graves, who would want to put in a good innings here. Man who would want to go into the upcoming test series against Australia with runs behind him is driving back to Morike, and a run. Of course, Graves coming in for this game. We didn't see him in the previous one. It was of course with the West Indies white ball tour of England. He has played 51 matches at the first class level. So this is before this game. 2,099 runs, 400s, 1150s, average 29.56. Morike to him, outside the off stump, and allowing it to go into the gloves of Kwishele. He's also picked up 95 wickets at an average of 25.75. But his immediate responsibility here, JJ, would be to put on a pretty sizable partnership with Atenes and look to get to 3 figures.
Yes, in recent times it has been noted that he has been a significant contributor to his teams with the bat in regional tournaments.
Morike to Graves off the back foot, punched away nicely into the gap, out towards the offside. They will take 2. Could have pressed for a third. In fact, they're now going to go for it because Pretorius is not that efficient in the pick up the end of the over. So 3-2. Graves taking him to 500 coming up. 100 for 4, 35 overs completed.
Yes, we didn't see the level of urgency in the running that we saw in the last game. That one definitely had 3 in it from the start. The batters jogged the first 2 but caught the fielder napping on the boundary and pushed for the third in the end. The 100 comes up for West Indies A. 100 for 4 after 35. And just reminded you that they were 100 for 4 at lunchtime on day 1 of the previous test after just 23.5 overs. So similar struggles.
Indeed, Graves with the 3 in strike at the start of a new over. It's Pomguana who has been brought back in. 6 overs, 1 for 10. So 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. So Pomguana gets an opportunity for a second spell. We are talking about Graves overall. Let's look at Graves in the 4-day regional championship at the end of this delivery, or after this delivery. That is cutting back into him. And he plays it down to backward square leg. Morike with the return. As Graves gets 1, goes to 6. And the left-handed Atenes will come into strike. So Justin Graves turning up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 4 matches, 7 innings, 320 runs, 200s and 150, a best of 124, averaging 53.33. Pomguana to Atenes, bowls wide of off stump and let go by the left-hander. Of course, Graves just 4 games, having been in Pakistan with the West Indies test team at the beginning of the regional 4-day championship. So would have done quite well with that average of 53, 200s from 4 games, not bad. And would want to continue producing. Pomguana to Atenes. Wide of off stump, not as wide as the previous one, but still not really forcing Atenes to play, and into the gloves of Kwishele.
So it's again some good bowling, but since you were just giving us some of the stats, you gave us Graves and his first class efforts in the previous season. Can you just tell us about his test batting?
Pomguana to Atenes. Wide, very wide. Then actually a no ball. So Pomguana a little wayward here, not making Atenes play, and compounding that by overstepping. 1 more to the total, 102 for 4. So Justin Graves has played 6 test matches. Pongwana to Atenes. Who gets a straighter delivery, has to play. Away to backward square leg for his 22nd run. The total going to 103.44. Graves coming in to strike. He has played 6 test matches, 231 runs, 100. Averaging 21, so he's at the start of his career. And waits on the bright sunshine. In behind it, pushing it away into the covers to complete the Pongwana over, the 35th of the innings. West Indies A, 103.44. The latest at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, slow going by West Indies A. The quality of the South African A bowling has been consistently good. Fast bowling unit looks fit for purpose. Not allow the A batters to get on with the game, build pressure, and that has sparked a collapse of sorts.
Moreke to Anthony's. Goes back, plays away into the onside, no run. So the ground staff back in the area, no longer focused on what's happening above, because I think that moisture and the cloudiness we had on the eastern side and overhead, that has gone away, and so bright sunshine now. Moreke to Atenes. Cut away, but the deep point is posted straight to the fielder. The swat. And one more to the total. 104 for 4. I told you about Justin Graves. We'll bring you up to date with the numbers for Atenes. Let's wait when he gets into strike. 2 slips and a gully for Justin Graves. Squarish cover, extra cover mid-off. Moreke to him. Off the back foot, punched away nicely. Square through the point region and into the boundary for 4. Quite an attractive stroke there. A minimum of effort. Just going back and timing it nicely. Finding the gap. And away to the boundary for 4. So he goes to double figures. 108 for 4. Good stroke by Graves.
Yes, it certainly was. And gave that ball the treatment. And look quite classy when doing so. Would do his confidence a world of good. Stroke the ball like that.
Moreke to Graves. This time he can't drive, has to defend. Away into the offside. Another dot ball. So punching that nicely with some elegance. Hitting the ball in the middle of the bat. And away to the boundary for 4. No doubt would have enjoyed that. It's really a pleasure as a batter to just have that ball hit the middle, find the gap, and then travel to the boundary without requiring you to do much running. Just happy to watch it go away. Moreke to Graves. Edge and flying into the vacant third slip position and down to the boundary for 4. He was not in control here. I think Senokwane might have thought that he had a chance. Again, that back foot drive, it was over the head of Senokwane to be sure, and into the boundary for 4. So Graves getting a second boundary in the over. Goes to 1412 for 4, but not in control.
Yes, Graves trying to play a similar stroke to what brought him success the ball before. So credit must be given to Morecki for keeping the ball in that channel. Despite the boundary, almost saw a reward.
Straight delivery clipped away out through mid-wicket and will pick up a couple as Ackerman picks up to bring the over to an end. Graves going to 16 with the couple. West Indies A 114 for 4 after 37 overs.
Yes, so unfortunately from bowler's point of view, that edge went for the gap. We've seen this time and time again, the captain just hedging his bets as to where he should station the cordon. And the batter found the gap. The plan is clear from the South Africans. They will keep hanging that ball outside the off stump. They've shown the discipline and the patience to keep it out there.
Atenes drives. Doesn't get a hold of it. Goes straight to mid-off. And there's no run. Atenes, this is his 55th first-class game. 3,041 runs. Just the 200s. A little disappointing that. 2050s. Average 32.35. A drive and a miss at a wide delivery by Atenes, no run. So we had pointed that out in the first unofficial test, the fact of his low conversion rate, 2050s, 200s, and he has batted 100 innings at first class level. These are numbers that Atenes would want to improve on, particularly in terms of the conversion. That's back of a length delivery, comes across and pushes it into the offside. In Test cricket, Atenes 13 matches, 25 innings, 627 runs. No hundreds, a best of 92, and the 450s, average 25.08. Your assessment on his numbers, Gigi?
He's supremely talented.
After this delivery. Pongwana bowling to him. Punched to the point fielder, and there's no run. Think he has an issue with conversion? Appears so.
Stats would definitely support that. 2050s and just 200s, averaging 32. Has the talent that speaks volumes, and greater is expected from his ability.
Pongwana to him. Back in defense, and there's no run.
As we said, at the test level, 13 tests, 25 innings, 4 half centuries, highest score of 92. It's a decent start for a young player.
One delivery left in the Pongwana over. Clipped away by Atenes to long leg. Oreke is there. And they take one. The 38th over of the innings completed. Atenes going to 24. And West Indies A at the end of it, 114 for 4.
Yes, so just discussing the numbers for Atenes. In this youngster, as we've mentioned before, you can see the future of West Indies cricket, but the standards must be higher. You need more. in a greater volume of run production, because all the essential ingredients are there in this youngster. I certainly believe that he has what it takes to make it happen for himself and the West Indies team at the next level. Beginnings starting today would go a long way to just see a rise in that confidence in himself.
The SWAT starts a new over, and Athanaze pushing forward. One of the things that I have noted about Athanaze often is the shot selection tends to be wanting. He gets himself into decent positions, decent starts, but you often find that he gets out in a very soft way sometimes.
I thought that he was pretty unfortunate in the last test, where he got to 49 and found himself strangled on the leg side, an innings that promised a lot. But to your point, I mean, the stats and what we've seen support what it is that you've just said. Shot selection, the issue.
Yeah, because it does show that he gets to 50 and doesn't carry on. You know, that's a foundation that you should look to be building on and turn that into triple figures. Punching to mid-off, Athanaze, no run.
I think in these cases, the hope is that once he gets that first century at international level, the floodgates would be open and more will follow.
In fact, I recall young Shivnarayan Chandapal at the start of his test innings had that difficulty of not converting 50s to 100s. Athanaze back and plays away into the gully. There's no run. So he took a few tests before he really broke that issue, let's say, before he could have gotten to his 100, but it seemed that after he had been able to cross that hurdle, then we saw hundreds with quite more regularity. And I think it might be the same thing for Athanaze. I think Chandapal, it probably was a fitness issue as well, as punched away to mid-on, and there's no run because the level of concentration needs to be up there to be able to really dominate after you've gotten to a half century.
Yes, and with Athanaze and this current group of young men, I can tell you that the fitness standards are very high. CWI has done a lot in terms of raising the bar where that is concerned. Frequent testing of the players in terms of the fitness.
The SWAT over the wicket. And going past the bat of Athanaze to complete a good comeback over for the SWAT, a maiden. At the end of which Athanaze remains 24, West Indies 115 for 4.
Yes, so another beautiful delivery by the SWAT. We had mentioned before that he doesn't have the great pace, but has the skills and the tactics to pick wickets. Has accounted for 2 batters already. Score 115 for 4 after 39. As the players go off for a drink.
Opportunity to reflect, JJ, on what we've had since lunch. 1 hour's play. 79 for 3 when they resumed. And so West Indies have pushed along to 114 for 4. Your take on the 1 hour's play that we have had so far since lunch?
The South Africans have maintained the discipline and the stranglehold on West Indies. It's something that I've grown slightly wary of saying, but it has remained consistent, and you must applaud and appreciate the bowling display. They've kept things quiet, kept that ball in the corridor of uncertainty, on certain occasions putting some extra effort to extract some more bounce from the surface. The SWAT has been smart, economical, tactical in his approach, and has reaped some reward. And overall, a greater level of patience is required.
Yes, so the players are having a break. Let's also take a short break ourselves, and we will come back upon the resumption.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge.
Shay, West.
We resume after the break. Pongwana to Graves, playing upon the onside. There's no run. Roland Cox is reminding me that Sir Garfield Sobers had 29 innings before his first Test 100, and what a big one it was. Pongwana outside the off stump, so 29 Test innings, and then getting to 365 not out. So for some players it could take a little while to cross the hurdle of getting to three figures, and of course the top players do it with regularity. Pongwana to Graves, standing up and playing upon the onside, so he stays on 16. So Pongwana in his 15th over. Correction, in his 9th over. Midway through it. Graves is defending away into the offside, no run. So Pongwana, 8 overs, 3 middens, 1 for 14 before this, the rest of the figures. Shepo Morike, 12 overs, 4 maidens, not for 38. Okoshle Sele, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. And Ruhan de Swat, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. Pangwana to Graves. Pushed away. Comes off the bat of the non-striker and gets diverted to mid-off. So there's no run. 114 for 4. So Pangwana looking for his second wicket, as the wicket of Craig Brathwaite caught Peter bowled for 35. Graves across the stumps, playing up to mid-on to complete the first over after the break. And it's a maiden. Another tight delivery, or set of deliveries from the South Africa A. 115 for 4. We have had 40 overs in the innings.
Yes, so fresh from a break, but no break from the stranglehold from the South African A bowling unit. Mpongwana has bowled another maiden. The Swat had a good over before lunch. He beat the bat of Afanis. More reinforcements on the offside. In fact, just a shuffle of the field. Man on the drive. Man at slip, man at gully. Backward point, cover point, catching cover. Mid off. Takes the round the wicket angle to the left-hander. Afanis is going up and over the offside. That's a glorious shot, filled with positivity and intent, and didn't hold back on the ball that was pitched right up to him. Gave it everything, Claudius.
Indeed, going over the infield and out towards the boundary for 4. So Aten is going to 28, 119 for 4. So Sir Garfield Sober's first Test 100 was quite a monumental knock, as that has been played down to long leg. The Swat is asking the question, but that has come off the bat. In fact, umpire Taylor just walking away and maybe asking the Swat, what was that about? That has come off the bat. Atenay is getting a run, going to 29, 120 for 4. So it was on February 26 to March 1st, back in 1958 at the Sabina Park. That's Garfield and Auburn Sobers getting that first 100. Pushed away nicely by Graves, but good work by Ackerman at mid-off, keeping them down to 1. So it was quite a remarkable feat against Pakistan. He got to 365 not out. It was his first Test century, and it was a record-breaking score, beating the then previous highest score of 364 by Sir Len Hutton. He was not quite Sir at that time as yet, I think. 364 as Atenes plays a dot ball from this Swat. He was initially picked as a bowler, and he debuted at 17 years old. And it took him 4 years and 29 innings, I think, Coxie didn't tell me about the 4 years. He told me about the 29 innings, but 4 years that they took clipped away by Atenes. And he certainly made up for the wait, a monumental knock. In fact, 365 that stood for a very long time until, in fact, 36 years before it was broken by Brian Lara in 1994 at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Graves in strike. The swat going over the wicket to him. He lets it go. It's outside the off stump. The over coming to an end. At the end of it, 122 for 4. So when you look at the record of Sir Garfield Sobers, JJ, it took him 29 innings before he got his first one. But what a big one it was. So there's hope for Atenes and company.
Yes, for sure. So with that stat, it just says that maybe some players are worth the investment of time. Some players might need a long rope in the hopes that they get it together. But you're saying that he got in as a teenager at 17.
Yes, and in fact, he went on to become the youngest triple centurion outside the off stump wide. Well, not called, but Kweshile is sticking that in front of the first slip. So at 21 years, 213 days, Sobers became the youngest player in Test cricket to score a triple hundred. And the record still stands.
Many persons, I'm sure, listening right now were completely unaware. I too felt that Sobers would have had a few hundreds before that triple.
Pongwana and Atenes is looking to slap at that and not making contact. A bit of danger in that one. Kweshile taking low down. So 122 for 4. There's a lot of cricket in the modern day, and a lot of red ball, white ball, and the pink ball. That's true. Pongwana to Atenes, pulls a couple of bounces into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So much happier hitting that away into the onside from the middle of the bat. So a boundary to Alec Atenes, taking him to 34. 126 for 4. Nicely put away.
Yes, has been favoring that cut shot. Kept looking for it, but on this occasion, unfurls a pull stroke with some power and authority, and it showed the reason why this gentleman is talked about and rated so highly. You need a set of good eyes to pick lengths so quickly and to latch onto one like that.
Pongwana around the wicket too. Ooh, almost inside edge there as Pongwana changed the approach, this time coming into him. And false stroke, luckily not going onto the stumps. So Pongwana looking to present different angles to the left-handed Atenes, who battles on 34 from 73. Slip and a gully waiting. Struck on the pad, big appeal, and the umpire indicating that that is going down. I think Pongwana asking umps, is that heading down? And I think umps agreeing that it was, with the angle, the right armer coming over the wicket, correction, round the wicket to the left-hander, That has struck him on the back pad. And the umpire saying going down. Pongwana continues. Outside off stump. A late leave by Atenes, playing inside of it maybe as well. The over coming to an end. A good one from Pongwana. 126 for 4, West Indies A.
Yes, barring that wonderful post shot from Afanes, was a good over from Pongwana. Especially that last delivery. Came from around the wicket, pushed this one into the batter, but still got some movement away from him. It's good bowling. See why Reds Pereira has been really impressed with Pongwana. I'm guessing you are too, Claudius. The tall frame, the pace, the bounce.
Yeah, and we saw him in the ODIs, the limited overs games. Very good with the bat as well. The Swartz, that's a new over to Graves. Clipped away to square leg for a single. Graves going to 1,827 for 4. Let's bring you up to date with what we have had so far. So Craig Brathwaite caught Peter Bowl, Pongwana 35. John Campbell caught Engelbrecht Bowl, De Swat 18. The two putting a partnership of 53 together. And then Kevlon Anderson caught Peter Bowl, De Swat 2. Pulled away by Atenes through square leg for 4. In fact, that has gone all the way. Wow. Didn't think that it had so much momentum on it, but going all the way over the square leg boundary for 6. So quite effortlessly put away by Atenes, taking him to 40. 133 for 4.
It's a shot that he practices a lot, and he got the opportunity to play it. You have been mentioning that the sword doesn't possess great pace. That one didn't make it up past the waist. Picked up by Afanes for 6.
The sword to Atenes, who's driving. Mid-off coming to his right. Ackerman. There's no run, but nice flow up the bat, nice time in there. Push, drive, but not quite hitting the gap. Ackerman had the opportunity to come across to his right, so he stays on 40. 133 for 4. Members of the South Africa E staff around the boundary. Yorker dug out by Atenes. And there's no run. The members of the South Africa staff, they seem to be regularly out on the boundary, making the rounds. We don't see the West Indies staff out as much as the South African A. The swat to Atenes, straight delivery, looking to turn it. Long leg fielder comes off the boundary, no signal from the umpire, so one more to Atenes. He goes to 41. 134 for 4. Going back to the scorecard, Anderson caught Peter Bowl, De Swat 2. The total going down at 57. Campbell also went at 57. In fact, it was Brathwaite that was dismissed at 57. And Anderson went also on the score as Graves looking to drive, hitting it hard into the ground to bring the swat over to an end. The 43rd over of the innings. West Indies A 134 for 4.
Yes, the partnership going along well. Partnership up to 44. Afan is doing the business nicely. He has taken his tally into the 40s. He's 40 of 79. Greaves 18 of 34. And that means that we will see the first signs of spin. It's gonna be some right arm off spin. Saw from the previous encounter, Claudius, that spinner picked up a 5-wicket haul. So Brian, a different spinner on show today.
Indeed. Scott Engelbrecht been introduced. The tall off spinner. Whipped away, first delivery by Atenes over the mid-wicket region. In fact, going all the way, so greeting Engelbrecht with that bold stroke. Atenes pushing along towards his 50. He goes to 47 with the maximum. Goes to 140 for 4. So partnership bringing up 50 as well with that slog sweep over the mid-wicket boundary.
That was pretty bold from Afane's first delivery of spin, but he knows that there probably would not be much turn on offer.
Goes forward, will get a single out to the right of the mid-off fielder. He goes to 48. The 50 partnership coming from 80 deliveries between Atenes and Graves for the 5th wicket. And they would have come together with the loss of Jewel Andrew. Caught Peter bowled. So 51 from 81 balls, 59 minutes. Graves 18. Atenes contribution 32. Over the wicket to Graves. Engelbrecht will get the single. Graves pushing away into the offside. For 1. He goes to 19. 142 for 4. As a loose delivery clipped away by Atenes, it will go into the backward square leg boundary now to bring up 50 for Alec Atenes. So 52 he is, coming from 82 balls, 118 minutes, 6 fours and 2 sixes. And a good half century from the Dominican. He takes the West Indies A total to 146 for 4. So taking a liking there to the spin of Engelbrecht, who continues to Atenes, goes back, chops it away, but straight to the point fielder. And there is no run. The Swart, the man doing the fielding. Engelbrecht round the wicket to Atenes, using his feet, clipping it away over mid-wicket. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So quick use of the feet there. Atenes capitalizing on some loose stuff from the off-spin. First over of off-spin. He goes at the end of the over to 56, and the 150 coming up for West Indies A. From 265 deliveries, 201 minutes. 23 fours and 2 sixes. So a productive over for Atenes and West Indies A, as we have more from JJ, and then it's going to be Reds to continue.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played.
Just saw the Afanes raising the bat to signal a half century in the last over. Took on the spin as soon as it was brought on. And it's something that we have been calling for, that tactical move to attack the spinner. First day wicket, not much turn on offer. spinner new to the test contest. And Afanes used his feet, unfurled the sweep, pulled out the slog sweep as well. An air of comfort and ease when he's taking on the spinner. Good to see that he registered that half century. Strangled on 49 in the previous test. As we say, welcome back to the box to Res Pereira.
Yes, thank you very much. 154, an improved scorecard, but a long way to go. Outside the line of the off stump. Swartz, 10.2 overs, 2 for 36. But Athens, who had a difficult ODI and not a good first 4-day game, has moved nicely into his 55 off 84. So we're seeing some bowling changes to try to break this partnership. Partnership now of 60. Athens 55, Graves 19. To come Imlach. But the West Indies must think of batting the entire day. Half stopped. That might have given the mid-off a little bit of trouble. He was right, but Randa Swartz, very athletic.
It's a really good feeling to your own bowling. The level of desperation required to strangle the opposition.
Again, movement there suggesting off the seam, looking to off drive, looking to a different shot going out in the onside. 150 for 454. A bit of a recovery here. A good partnership.
Certainly is a partnership of 60. They were very watchful at the start. Afanes took about 12 deliveries to get up the mark. But I'm really looking forward to this contest between Afanes and the spinner. Took a liking to him upon introduction to the attack.
Ellenbridge. Looking to cut it away.
Two fielders posted deep runs, the backward square and the deep mid wicket.
You can't over-attack, I think, Athens at this point. You got to keep picking up runs without maybe taking too many chances. Well, they'll come back for runs. They'll be coming back for the third run. And maybe the South Africans got more involved in the appealing. Look to try and tuck it out in the onside. It ballooned.
Yes, so Afanes is not afraid to try a few sweeps, paddles. Picks himself up 3 more runs.
Gone to 58. And that's back. Danger. That really rushed on to him. It might have been beating leg. Yes, I think definitely beating leg. Off spinner bowling with a slip. mid-wicket or short mid-on. Again, forcing to defend very, very quickly. Gilbrecht. It's been a good over. Excellent over. And a small crowd to my left is gathering, applauding. Maybe all South African supporters. So the field change over very smartly. They want to try and get as many overs in. We're coming up to about 11 past. We've got another 30 minutes to go, thereabouts. West Indies need to keep this partnership going right until tea. 6-3. And
so Captain Ackerman just opting to bring in the offside field on Afanez, and we saw when he did that in the last over from the SWAT, Afanez went up and over the offside field.
almost a short cover. Slip gully backward point cover mid-on. Started outside the leg stump, jumping here a bit. No basis for any rail appeal. .153 for 4. Elegant, but not productive. Looking to go through extra cover, but that man place there is not only there for the good stops, but he's really in a short catching position.
Yes, and SWAT bowling to the field, just teasing and tempting. Afanez with those deliveries pitched up, looking to entice the drive. Subtle variations in his pace and his length and his angle. He shifted to round the wicket this time.
Just a little wider. Athena's stroking it to cover. The straighter the line, the straighter the shot maybe. Oh, a lovely shot, and a half stop. It will not go into the boundary again. Cover getting a bit of the hand to it. Robbed Athena's and the West Indies there of a couple of runs. These moves nice up to 60. 58, 60 of 91. It may be his best effort since this series have started here in St. Lucia. Slip in a gully. And going aerial and clearing the forward square leg. It was pitched up. Shot he could invest in. Fairly short, fairly easy shot. No real danger. And once he cleared the man at the forward square leg near the umpire, whipped away. More runs here. Important runs not only for Athena's, for his team. 159 for 4.
Afanez moves on to 64 with an aggressive stroke over the leg side this time. You need some good balance to play a shot like that. So Afan looking like things are coming together for him at the right time. Head was right over this one, and he clipped it off the pads for 4.
So Ellen Brecht comes in and forced down to a short mid-on. We haven't seen the leg spinner PT yet. They've rung the changes. Bowler, tall off spinner. Tail feel like. An outstanding bowler who played during the apartheid period, Hugh Tayfield. West Indies have produced maybe the greatest off spinner ever in Lancelot Richard Gibbs. Faster delivery. Gibbs, who I'm told will be coming out for the West Indies celebration with his wife Joy. Good to see Lance at Kensington. Quicker delivery, but just on the wrong line. Very disciplined knock from Greaves, who's knocking on the door as a general all-rounder. Off spinner around the wicket with a solitary slip. And back and just caressing that. Good placement. And the runs at the end of that over is coming fairly freely. The West Indies, who were 4 down before they got to 100, have now moved to 161 for 4. And the off spinner now 3 overs, no wins, none for 21, a bit on the expensive side.
Yes, not being allowed to settle into any good areas, was attacked immediately upon entrance into the lineup. Good tactical move by Afaniz. Has he just given it away?
Almost unbelievable. Hitting that as if it was catching practice at an open net. The ball was pitched up and it ended up at the mid-on position. Very loose shot. And this has been the order of the day.
Yes, the face of the bat just closing on Afaniz upon contact. So not where he was intending, and this one did have some inward movement that took the inner portion of the bat and landed in the hands of the mid-on fielder. So while Afaniz was starting to look really good, was starting to remind everyone of his talent and ability, just again has to be counted among the batters who have given away their hands today.
All have. All have. South Africa's bowled well, but it wasn't, great bowling that got the wickets to fall. And Atena's really throwing it away. 161 for 5. And Imlach now coming on to join Graves. We are talking from a West Indies A point of view that Atenas and Graves would have gone until tea. Now it's double vital that these two stay until tea. Not a lot of overs and time left to really build a partnership and build an innings.
Yes, something seems to have changed in Afaniz. Was very watchful, but the moment the spinner came on, seems to have wanted to have changed gears, and that change resulted in maybe some extra aggression.
Well, he was getting runs off the spinner, but the Swart has really bowled well, very tidy, 3 for 42 of 12 overs in 1 ball. So moved in to bowl to Imlach, who is well forward.
Yes, so I think that with Imlach at the crease, the West Indies A can look forward to a real reparation job, not a man to be rushed in his batting. Seems to take a measured approach to his innings. Places high value on his wicket.
Randy Schwartz has been the surprise of the day for the South Africa. I mean, you look at the bowling and you thought that the likes of Sila, Moriki, Pangwano would have been maybe the bowling stars.
For sure, I think that if we imagine a team meeting would have been had where plans would have been discussed, preparation would have been made for those three persons that you mentioned. I don't think that maybe the Swartz bowling style would have maybe been a feature of that conversation.
Well, he's done a very good holding job. He's also picked up wickets.
Yeah, so I fully concur with what you said. He would have been the surprise package of the day.
Yes. And maybe we can see the leg spinner after tea coming in. Well, here's hoping that we have a few more people tomorrow, a holiday.
It is, as you mentioned, Red, so much competing avenues for entertainment, the beach, maybe some church again on Monday.
Cotton Bowl,
my
yes.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. What a catch.
I think we've got to start looking at his best bowling figures, the Swartz. Keep the ball on the ground. The late Everton, the Corsi Weeks. Cotton Bowl, looking to drive. Maybe just too early in the innings, and a very good catch. Excellent work there by the South African. He's picked up his fourth scalp. We'll get the details from Roland Cox.
But you've mentioned it, Reds. For sure, the surprise package of the day, being rewarded for some good disciplined bowling, has really tested the patience and the techniques of the West Indies A batters. And he's posed some questions to them that technically they have not really been able to sort out.
From the delivery, it didn't come to his natural right. It was low to his left. It was a brute of a catch. The kind of catch, you know, you think of Keith Boyce. Kind of catch you think of Roger Harper. Really great. So 4 for 42, 12.5. You looked at his best bowling figures?
Yes, so just an update on that. He's had 49 first-class matches and he's picked up 65 wickets. Best bowling figures, 5 for 52. Yes, he's had 2 5-wicket hauls.
He's getting close, 4 for 42. Warrican.
Captain Warrican.
Right-hander. Not easy to dismiss. He's a bit of a fighter, dodgy. And gets a single of the first ball. So, a disappointing day from the West Indies A point of view, 6 for 162. And the way this is going, they could be well bowled out unless these two, especially Graves, can stay around until the close.
Yes, and we saw a bit of that where the middle to lower order failed to inspire any confidence in their abilities in the first unofficial test. As we looked at the monitor a while ago, we saw that Afane's top scored with 65. Another instance of a half century and a failure to convert.
Akaban continue with his off spinner, who was encouraged by the batsman playing back when he should have been forward. Well, he's non-striker now, so he's managed to give Graves a strike. About 25 past 2. What time is your expensive watch showing?
Yes, it does say 25 past 2. But Graves has batted responsibly. Picks up an easy single down the ground. The spinner takes his tally to 21. He's 21 of 51.
Quicker delivery, well bowled. Really enjoying this bit of spell. A little bit on the expensive side, but gets an opportunity to bowl this tough off spinner. Faster delivery. Graves 21, Warrican 2. Are we going to have a second slip? Yes, we're going to have a second slip. Man gone on to mid wicket, straight mid on, long off, deep mid off. Back he comes, kept a little low. Slip takes a step up. So signal off the last over. 6 for 164.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Break continues. Working in the longer version of the West Indies 4-day competition. I can get JJ to look at his efforts with the bat for Barbados. Vincentian born, made his way to Barbados via the British Virgin Islands. Now goes off the back foot. Dad works for worked for the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, and that was his main job. Educated in Barbados, but you don't have to know all of that. Once you see the name Warrican, you know that he is, in fact, a Vincentian. Slip in a gully, 2 short men at cover.
So some insight into Jamal Warrican's first-class career. He's had 98 first-class matches with a highest score of 71. Has just made 150 in first class.
The biggest column.
He's had 400 wickets.
Well done. Getting a little on Bishop. Looking to drive at that. 10 minutes left before tea. But he felt that it was pitched up and he could cover drive. It ended up at mid-off. Yes, bowled very well in Pakistan. You could say he won that series. Well, many people made contributions, but he certainly got the ball to do Dixie on those turning pitches. Pulling out of the shot with some style. So the West Indies women in Barbados, they will play at the 3W Ovals against South Africa. It can be a stern test. You're not leaving England and going to play a much lower level side. They're a good side. That's coming up. What's also coming up is the academy in Antigua.
Taking on Sri Lanka, yeah.
So cricket, love the cricket. As I said, the T10 starting on the 24th of June. I saw the fixtures for the Sanders on the 19th, but I can't remember what was the start date. If someone would like to email me, I'll be very grateful. Playing back a little dangerous, the approach there. You just had to hurry it. Just a solitary slip. Off spinners tend to be tall. Tailfree was, Gibbs, Laker. Making room, playing it late, coming back for the second. Titmus, for example, the English off spinner was small. Illingworth on the short side.
Remember Shane Shillingford from Dominica, very tall off spinner.
Yep. Quick signal. Ranjananan only had one test. Good body, but not a tall man. Way back, Norman Marshall, tall Barbadian off spinner. A name which links you to Roy Marshall. Played one test against Australia at border. Quickly delivered. Tony Howard was fairly tall off spinner. One test against New Zealand. Some style there by Warrican, flicking it away. And I think as we move to tea, they go confidently on.
For sure. And I can remember Suleiman Ben as well. Not at all. Off spinner, albeit with his left arm. So point well made. A few minutes to go for tea. The swat just beginning to smell. Pfeiffer. Figures of 4 for 44. A real possibility of getting one in this innings. Jamal Warrican has come in and has looked confident. He's looked to possess a good technique. And Greaves continues to bat responsibly. Has really applied himself to the task.
This could be the last over before tea. Who knows? his body. Just trying to remember a few tall off spinners. I think I've gone through quite a lot. Coxie is trying to help me. Straight delivery. Beaten outside the off stump. And this was looking to the air that he had no luck. He's really been the man of the moment on the opening day, 4 for 43 or 4.2.
Yes, and shows you the depth of bowling resources for the South Africa A team. Moreki and Sele have distinguished themselves. So as in Pongwana.
Big appeal for leg before. Bowler only, not the batsman. There seemed to be a bit of batter onto that. Well, bright, smart Roland Cox says, go back to the country of your birth. Roger Harper, Clyde Butts.
That's right. So we're making the point that while the three bowlers have distinguished themselves in the previous game, the Swatter has raised his hand today, raised the level of his performance, picking up those 4 wickets.
Head well over the ball. I saw Ian Johnson, the Australia captain in 55, but he was average height. I'm hearing noises coming from Claudius. That tall? Well, I never measured him, but Claudius is very confident. So is the batsman confident of a boundary, which I think he was a little lucky to get it. It pushed forward, took the outer part of the bat, went along down. All right, we shall admit Nehemiah Perry into the tall off spinners. I can remember a Trinidad off spinner. Not for nuts. He played in the 50s. I'll research his name and bring it tomorrow. That's helped pull away. And even before the interval there, picking up some very important runs. The total goes up to 178. And this has been a productive innings by Graves, who goes to 32. It will not be tea. There'll be one more over of work for you, JJ.
Yes, and Greaves just playing a lovely pull stroke. He has been impressive. The approach that he has taken has been full of discipline and application. Reggie, we do have the scores from the West Indies Academy taking on Sri Lanka emerging players. So that Kelvin Pittman picked up a 7-wicket haul.
Yep.
And Nathan Edward picked up 2 wickets, and St. Lucia's McKenny Clark picked up 1 for 59.
What's the overall
15.
scores?
Well, 292 to Sri Lanka emerging players in the first innings.
We'll come back to that. Tries up the leg spinner who comes into the attack, Peter. I'm sure good time to bring your leg spinners just before the tea. JJ will continue with that information as soon as time will allow.
Good areas from Naba Peter. 214 to the West Indies Academy, with Aki Mogist getting 41. Carlin Bowen Tuckett getting 30. Rivaldo Clark 42. Joshua Bishop 24. These were the main contributors. Ooh, Naba Peter.
So the details of the two scores, total scores.
292 to Sri Lanka Emerging and 214 to West Indies Academy.
And all out.
All out.
Okay. That's taking the edge. Come for one. They'll probably stay and not look for the second.
Sri Lanka Emerging are currently batting again. 21 without loss after 4.3.
That game is being played in St. John or being played at Sir Vivian Richards?
Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Coolidge Cricket Ground. A walk near the airport. Good bowling. Getting a little bit of purchase. And you can probably see him, JJ, continuing after the interval.
Yes, most likely, but he has started well. Leg spin, a very difficult art. Has landed the ball in some good areas.
And happy maybe to be bowling in the longer version. So that's T. T in the opening day, the Darren Sammy, South Africa won the toss, elected to send the West Indies into bat. 179 for 4 of 54 overs. The short details, Brafitt 55, Brafitt 35, Campbell 18, Anderson 2, Antinez 68, Andrew 12, Graves Nuller 32, Imnach no score, Warrican 6, and the West Indies still under a little bit of pressure, 6 for 179, and the bowler of the day for the South Africans, the Swartz, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 53. So the players go off, and we will go off the air until we come back after tea. Great conditions. If you're doing anything on this Sunday afternoon, please come. The gates are open and there's so many seats to choose from. Goodbye.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high. we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy. Whoa, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready, though. Yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, is all aware. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, is all aware. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for continuation of action on day one in the second unofficial test between West Indies A and South Africa A. At T, West Indies A 179 for 6 with Warwick on 6 and Graves on 32. We're about to see the resumption after T. It's going to be number 9, Sele, who is going to pick it up from the northern end. It's going to bowl to Hurricane, who tickles that fine for 4. So into the pad and worked away by the West Indies A captain for a boundary, taking him to 10 and 183 for 6. So Okushle Sele starting things off after T in his 12th over. A good start by Warwick and tickling that fine to the boundary for 4. Sele is this time outside the off stump wide, and that is allowed to go into the gloves of Kwishele. So Warwick in 10 from 23. Graves has moved nicely along in that post-lunch session, 32 from 60. And these two will want to continue with the partnership for the 7th wicket. It's worth 18. Sele to Warwick and edge and caught at that gully position. Senokwane, a slim fielder at that position, taking a sharp chance. So West Indies A captain not staying long after T. Outside the off stump, outer portion of the bat, and good catch by Senokwane at that gully position. So wickets continuing to tumble for West Indies A. Their captain going to a good low catch to his right by the fielder at the gully Reds.
Late on the shot and maybe had too much aggression in his thoughts. So this partnership had been encouraging at the interval, broken, and without being unkind. See, we're down into the lower order.
Lower order indeed, as the new batter comes out. Looks like that's Shaman Joseph. We will
No, he's a lefty.
confirm he is a lefty. 183 for 7. So Graves now left with the lower order. Left-handed Shamar Joseph will take his first delivery. Sele will remain over the wicket. Clipped away and caught. Well, straight to the fielder at that square leg position. Pretorius taking the catch. Number 70, Shamar Joseph, the briefest of stays at the crease. One ball. Caught Pretorius. Ball Sele without scoring. West Indies A 183 for 8, and all of a sudden Reds bang bang the South Africa A.
Joseph could not resist. I mean, his role was to play forward, looking like the batter, the number 6, and flick the ball away. But he likes hitting the ball, no doubt. But you got to read the game, understand your role. And instead of looking to play solidly forward, went for the aggressive shot, didn't have the control. And the West Indies are in deeper trouble.
And putting Okushle Sele on a hat-trick. the wickets of Warrican caught Senokwane for 6. And then first ball, Shamar Joseph caught Pretorius for a duck. So the Seamer, number 9, is on a hat trick as the new batter comes out. Anderson Phillip, number 48.
Who was not in the original side announced for this game?
So, how is he in now?
Brought in by the selectors.
Okay, yeah, I guess the selectors making some late changes, looking to maybe bring in guys whom they want to have a look at. So Anderson Phillip comes on a hat trick. 3 slips, a gully, short extra cover. Sele to Phillip. Beaten outside the off stump and going past the outside edge. So Sele bowling good areas and creating trouble, picking up his 3rd wicket. And the West Indies A Reds throughout the innings a number of soft dismissals.
It's been the order of the day. And the South African catching has been good.
Sele to Phillip. Guided away down into the gully where it's fielded. The over comes to an end. Double success for Okushle Sele. At the end of the over, West Indies A, they are 183 for 8.
Well, before the interval, we were talking about the hard work, sustained work of the medium pace bowler in the Swartz, 4 for 52. And all of a sudden, someone else come up, put the hands in the air, and has produced a pretty good spell.
Indeed, the first after tea, that of Warrican, driving, and the next delivery, Shamar Joseph clipping that straight to Pretorius at square leg. So not the type of stuff that the West Indies A management would have been looking for, resuming after lunch, after tea, correction. Graves having a lot of work to do in combination with the last 2 wickets. Morike being brought back. Reds, you mentioned the work of Ruhan De Swat. 15 over 6 maidens, 4 for 53. He operated from the northern end, and we thought he might have continued after tea. Didn't happen. In fact, it was Sele who was introduced immediately after tea, but it's Morike now to Graves. Outside the off stump, and Graves elects not to play. South Africa A utilizing 2 slips and a gully to Graves.
You know the way how Peter bowled the 1 over before the interval, he did enough to maybe suggest that he could continue after the interval, but the captain had different ideas.
And my word, it has worked, because 2 wickets in that first over after tea. Morike again to Graves. Gets back of a length delivery, stands up straight and pushes away into the offside. Let's look at the bowling. Morike is yet to pick up a wicket. This is his 13th over. He has conceded 38. Sele, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 43. Pomgwana, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 18. De Swat, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 53. Engelbrecht, 5 overs, not for 28. Peter, 1 over for 1 run. Graves gets a delivery on the off stump, pushes up to mid-on. and there's no run. So the South Africa A Reds would be quite happy with their returns after they won the toss. 183 for 8, they would be over the moon.
Oh, definitely. Once they put together a pretty good first innings total, they will be in the driving seat.
They would certainly be looking to bat on day one. Put up a good start to the innings. Morike to Graves. Graves works it away through backward square leg. They will be looking for the second. Sele picking up, but too comfortably taken. Good response there from Philip. So 2 to Graves, he goes to 32, 44 correction. 185 for 8. West Indies losing. Brathwaite 35, Campbell 18, Anderson 2, Atenes 66, 17 Andrew. Emlach, a duck, 10 Warwican, Shamar Joseph, no score. Morike to Graves, on target, on the off stump, pushed back towards the bowler. And there's no run. And this has been a feature of the batting throughout the series in this encounter between the two teams, Reds. The West Indies A batters, they have not really applied themselves in the one-day games. We didn't see them really bring out a top performance in these red ball games. They've not batted long enough. Punched away nicely down the ground, and will go all the way into the long on boundary for 4. So good way to end the over from Morike. Graves punching one down the ground with a nice straight bat, going to 38, and at the end of the over, the 56 of the innings, 189 for 8.
Yes, it's been a good innings by Graves, ending that over with a lovely shot. But you know, when you look at this selection, and there was statements to the fact that they were using this game as an indicator for what the test team against Australia will be like. It's been disappointing. I mean, Atenes, and you can say Graves, has been the two outstanding.
Sele starting a new over to Philip, very wide of off stump and let go. So actually called wide by umpire Taylor. So 1 to the total, 190 for 8. So Brathwaite 35, a little time at the crease, but not the sort of innings that he would have been looking for with a big game coming up for him. His 100th
Not the
test.
long kind of innings. Roland will tell you, he had a number of boundaries in that.
35 from 55, 8 fours.
Yep.
Almost on Brathwaite-like in terms of the rate of scoring. Edge down into the ground. Stopped in the slip position, no run. Campbell 18, 41 balls, 2 fours. Disappointing. Anderson 2, disappointing. Atenes, in fact, we're told that he was being watched by his girlfriend, got to 66 and would have loved to have converted that into 100, but didn't go on. Choice of stroke again failing him. Short and ducking under it is Philip.
Somebody might say because she was watching.
Probably. But I think it would have been nice for her to have been there and witnessing a first-class 100 by Atenes. He was well set.
Yeah. A loose shot. Another one of them all of a sudden hit the ball straight for no reason at all.
Sele to Philip, who defends away to the short mid-wicket region, and there is no run. So that test match coming up against Australia at Kensington Oval, one of the first of three as West Indies start off their Test Championship, the World Test Championship cycle for the 2-year period 2025 to 2027. Sele to Philip gets one that keeps a little low, but gets bat on it and plays it down into the gully. And there's no run. World Test Championship 2025 coming off at Lords on Wednesday. South Africa versus Australia.
Well, if you're retired, this is a good time to be retired. And if you like cricket, because there are just stacks and stacks of it.
Sele on the bright sunshine to Philip. A drive and a miss outside the off stump.
Yes, everything was right except not putting bat to ball there by Philip. I found another off spinner who I shouldn't have forgotten. Tall off spinner Reggie Scarlett. Played in 1960 against England. Played in front of Lance Gibbs. In that series, Gibbs didn't play.
So, off spinners extracting bounce and turn. Sele looking for seam outside the off stump. And the over ended as Philip misses. It stays 189 for 8 at the end of the over. We have had 57 in the innings.
Yes, so the slide continues after the interval. And Graves stands like hope, like a little lighthouse, talking to Philip, trying to get him to apply himself so they can build a kind of a partnership. But 190 for 8 doesn't suggest that this is going to be anything but a very ordinary total that South Africa will have to set after.
In fact, Reds not looking better than the first unofficial test. They got bowled out for 240. They are still 50 runs away from that total. So we're not seeing the type of improvement from West Indies A that one would have expected. Moreke starts a new over and is once again on target to Graves, playing up on the onside. There's no run. So the opportunity being presented to this crop of players by Cricket West Indies together with Cricket South Africa. The A-team tour, very important for the development of these players. Moreke to Graves. Graves is in defense as he pushes it away into the offside. There's no run. West Indies A and South Africa A, well, they have had a history of engagement between the two. The last series between the two back in 2023. South Africa A winning 2-1. West Indies, in fact, going ahead in the first game by 1 wicket. South Africa A coming back. Moreke to Graves on the off stump, pushed up to extra cover. There's no run. So back in November 2023, of course that was a tour hosted by South Africa. So in the first game, West Indies winning that by 1 wicket. South Africa coming back to win at Buffalo Park, East London by 232 runs. Can maybe go through some of the details to relive that series. Off the back foot, cut away, but straight to the fielder at the forward point position. There's no run, so it stays 190 for 8. And in the third unofficial test at Bloemfontein, South Africa also won by 76 runs. So 2 years ago, well, 18 months ago, it was South Africa winning 2-1. In this two-match series, South Africa up 1-0. Moreke to Greaves. Greaves pulls through mid-wicket, and it will go into the boundary for 4. So short, and Greaves swiveling nicely, and depositing it away into the mid-wicket region for 4. So he goes to 42, 194 for 8.
And that was done with authority. Picked up the leg very quickly indeed. And I will say that he's only 42. You know, Athens has got more runs than him, and he's already gone. But this, to me, is the most impressive innings by a West Indian today.
Indeed, he's looked solid and has played the ball on its merit, putting the bad ones away, as we saw in that last delivery. Moreke to him. He's back defending. It's a good delivery, playing it back to Moreke to complete the over. 194 for 8.
And Moreke tends to bowl a heavy ball. I don't know if it's just what's coming through our headphones with the contact of Greaves, but there is a heaviness of the ball onto the bat. Whether it's the bat that is had its time, and maybe it's his favorite bat, so he's holding on to it.
And he's putting a lot of effort into his defense. His batting generally, the South Africans, as we have said consistently, bowling a very demanding line and length. And so Greaves has had to be very watchful. He has done that for the most part, defending the good deliveries, but being also very quick to pounce on anything loose. He has hit some 4 boundaries. Delivery that is edged or coming from the outer portion of the bat, along the ground off the bat of Phillip, and into the boundary at backward point for 4 to get him off the mark. 198. 198 for 8. In fact, Justin Greaves has hit some 6 boundaries. 1 boundary here, the first for Phillip, as West Indies get
and
closer
that shot
to the
from Phillips had the making of a glorious extra cover drive, and all of a sudden it peeled off the outside edge.
Sele to Phillip, ducking. And Kwishele taking that. So let's go back down memory lane. First unofficial test, West Indies A versus South Africa A in November 2023 at Benoni. South Africa A batting first, 287 for 9 declared. Keegan Peterson 59, Dezozi 55, 14 53. Phillip is back and no run. David Bedingham 47. Jaden Seals picking up 3 for 23. Akim Jordan 3 for 61. Kevin Sinclair 2 for 64. West Indies A in their first innings, 314 for 9 declared. Taj Narayan Chandapur 78. Kavem Hod 73. Akim Jordan 40. St. Clair getting 39. McCaskey 31. Another bouncer ducking on the 8 is Phillip. And the bowling for South Africa, Eshepo Moreke, 3 for 56. Dane Piet, 2 for 60. And Villion, 2 for 92. South Africa A in the second innings, 250 all out. Neil Brand getting 100, 104. Hamza getting 30. And in the bowling, Akim Jordan for West Indies A, 3 for 58. Sherman Lewis 2 for 37. Kevin Sinclair 2 for 39. West Indies A set a target of 224. Sele to Phillip, defending away back to Sele. West Indies scraping home 224 for 9. Kevin Sinclair 80 not out. Kirk McKenzie 36. Chandapal 35. The bowling for South Africa A. Pomgwana 3 for 25. Villion 2 for 43. Pierre 2 for 58. Morike 1 for 42. So West Indies A back in November 2023 just scraping home in the first game of the 3-match rubber. Down the ground, through mid-on. Long run for the mid-on fielder. The mid-on fielder, he has given it up as Philip picks up another boundary, taking him to 8 at the end of the over and bringing up the 200 for West Indies A. 202 for 8, the landmark coming from 355 deliveries, 264 minutes, 31 fours and 2 sixes.
Much better shot by Philip. A genuine, authentic on drive. And thrown in by the selectors. I suppose they're looking to keep a bunch of fast bowlers choose from. A lot will depend in this game how Shamar Joseph goes. Didn't have well, I think he's short of work. Didn't play in the IPL, but I think he's short of red ball work. Let's see how he will go here.
The workload here in this game would no doubt do him good. So Shamar Joseph, so Philip, also Johan Lane. We saw him in the first game last weekend, so he's in for the second. Morike bowls one to Graves that comes in, played away through square leg for a single. Interesting to look at the South Africa, well, both teams in 2025 versus November 2023. The South Africa A team back in November 2023, Neil Brand captain, Tony DeZorzi
gone on to play,
Subriya Hamza, Keegan Peterson, David Beddingham, Clyde 14, the wicketkeeper, Mishlali Pomgwana, who's here today, was in that game. Also Shepo Moreke, who bowls to Philip, and he plays up on the onside. Also we had Dane Piet, Dwayne Olivier, and Hades Villion. So DeZorzi has graduated to make the national side in the World Test Final on Wednesday. So is David Beddingham. Pomgwana is here today, as well as Shepo Moreke. So the two survivors from back in November 2023, Moreke outside the off stump and into the gloves of Kwishele. Let's look at West Indies A. Back then in November, we had Taj Narayan Chandapur, Zakari McCaskey, Kirk McKenzie, Kavem Hodge, Tevin Emlach, Joshua De Silva, the wicketkeeper, he was the captain, Kevin Sinclair, Akim Jordan, Jaden Seals, and Showman Lewis. So only Tevin Emlach surviving in 2025 from November 2023. Of course, Kavem Hodge was here in the last unofficial test, the first one of the series. Outside the off stump, Philip does not play. So, as we said, Reds, there is that pathway of development from the A side to the big side. DeZorzi for South Africa A back there in November 2023, but now to feature in the World Test Championship beginning on Wednesday.
And as you went through those names, quite a few of them, for various reasons, not right now in the frame.
Yes, that is so. One who is very much in the frame is Morike. Balls wide of the off stump to Philip, and he does not play.
Claudius, Bellingham, when South Africa decided to play a franchise one-day tournament, got an opportunity to go to New Zealand. He got 100 there, Look where he is.
Very much. So, Oreke, a consistent member of the A team, looking to graduate in the near future into the national side. To Philip, a play and a miss. Almost drawn towards that at the last minute. And into the gloves of Kwishele. The 60th over of the innings is completed. West Indies 8, 203 for 8.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Sele starts a new over to Graves. Driving up to mid-off. There's no run. So let's look at that World Test Championship final. Not West Indies, South Africa versus Australia. Coming up at Lord's on Wednesday. So the South Africa squad, Temba Bavuma, Tony DeZorzi, Aiden Makram, Vian Mulder, Marco Janssen, Kaiso Rabada. Sele moving in. Graves defends away into the offside. So Kahiso Rabada, Kishav Maharaj, Lungi Ngidi, Cobbin Borch, Kyle Verena, David Beddingham, Tristan Stubbs, Ryan Rickleton, Sunuran Muthusami, Dane Patterson, the 15-man squad from South Africa, and they would be in action versus the Australians. Sele to Graves. Graves defends away. Once again into the offside. No run. So Temba Bavuma, the 35-year-old, will be looking to push his side all the way to lifting that World Test Championship. A man who made his Test debut back in 2014 against the West Indies and is currently 6th on the ICC Men's Test batting rankings. Punched away in defense by Graves, and then there's no run. So Tony DeZorzi, Aiden Makram, 2 men who have captained the South Africa side at the ICC under-19 level. DeZorzi being the Men's Cricket World Cup captain in 2016, and Aiden Makram lifting the trophy for South Africa at the under-19 level in 2014. Graves is getting a back of a length delivery and being struck high up on the pad. So South Africa, Reds fancying their chances to do well against the Aussies.
Yes, it will be good, I think. Good for the game if they won. Good for the game if they won. But I hope a lot of young fast bowlers watching this are seeing the benefit of bowling top of off stump. These people have been really producing it ball after ball. It goes back to the early training, goes back to the coaching.
A series of dot balls, in fact 6 straight to complete a maiden, as Graves remains on 43, 61st over of the innings. West Indies 8, 203 for 8.
Partnership of 20 still remaining, but it's been a day that many of the West Indies A batsman will look back and say, well, why did I play like that? Why did I? We were almost fairly settled, looking good, and then out of the blue, 5 or 6 soft dismissals.
Moreke to start his 16th over. He's bowling to Philip on 8. Drive in, straight to the mid-off fielder. And there's no run. Let's go through Australia quickly for you. Australia getting ready under the leadership of Pat Cummins. So Pat Cummins, the 32-year-old, will be at the helm for Australia. And he will be supported by Scott Boland, Alex Curry, Cameron Green coming back from injury. Moreke to Philip, a big drive and a miss outside the off stump. So Cameron Green, Josh Hazelwood, Travis Head, Josh Inglis, Usman Karaja, Sam Constas, Matt Kuhneman, Manus Labuschagne, a man born in South Africa, of course, Nathan Lyons, Steve Smith, Michelle Stark, and Bo Webster, the Australian squad. Very experienced, seasoned test cricketers. And the question is, who is going to lift that WTC trophy? Moreke looking to wrap up the West Indies A. Bowls to Philip down the leg side. And Chris Shelley picking that up on the bounce. The total remains 203 for 8.
Except for 1 and 2 shots, one in this over. The one was give it to Philip for shaping quite well. Doesn't look like a tail in if you're walking this ground now. He's got a job to do, is to stay there.
Has done well so far. His 8 has come from 22 balls, which means he has provided good support to Graves. Was faced 79. Moreke to Philip. Going low and evading that. He was in a kneeling down position.
Well, that passed just over the bail.
Yes, it didn't bounce all that much. I think he didn't quite read the extent of the bounce, but the thinking was good. He was in a defensive mode and saying, no, I'm not going to present. And he batted that to bring the slip cordon into play. Moreke plugging away at Philip. In defense, laying bat on ball. And happy to face another dot ball quite comfortably.
Well, you know, you start to think of how the West Indies bowlers will operate on this track. It's still has got a little bit of there to help them.
Yeah, from our vantage point, we can see a tinge of green there, as Kent Crafton often does, leaving quite a bit of grass in there, natural grass going through the surface down the leg side. Moreke completing the over. Philip playing inside of it. 203 for 8. Partnership of 20 between these two. West Indies A, they are scoring at 3.27. It's not a limited overs game, but it just gives you an indication of the economic offerings that they have had from South Africa A, who generally tend to be very, very tight in their lengths and lines.
And you're looking at the West Indies bowling lineup. Philip has just come out of England, so he should be with a lot of bowling under his belt. Joseph is short of work. One got the impression that Lane was a little short of work in the matches we saw here.
he played in the last one, so he would have had some work in the legs, and maybe we'll see a better performance from him when he gets his opportunity. But we've got a bowling change as Deswat comes back for his 16th over and starts on a good line and length to Graves, who defends. In fact, Deswat has been the surprise package, 4 for 53. In a sense, we'll have to say out bowling Sele and Moriki in terms of his returns in the fourth column.
Yes, we did mention that earlier. He was surprise of the day.
Graves defends away to another one on the off stump coming in, and the all-rounder plays up on the onside, so he's 43 from 81, and the partnership is 20 for the 9th wicket. So Marquez Ackerman, looking at his bowling options, has used the seamers quite equally. 16 Morike, 15 Sele, 16th now to Deswat as he's on the off stump. And Greaves defense. Pomgwana has 10, and we have had 6 overs so far of spin. It's not likely that we'll see a lot of spin in the first innings. We saw Senokwane picking up 5 for 82 in the previous 4-day game. So the spin of Engelbrecht and Peter, we'd expect more work from them in the second innings. This one. Outside the off stump, punch away by Graves. The return is going to come awkwardly. In fact, hitting Graves on the way to him completing the run. 44th run for him, 204 for 80.
And just back to the West Indies attack. Lane, Phillip, Joseph, Graves, Warrican. One can expect Warrican will be Warrican. Hard to get away, but they will need some penetration from the top orders.
The brunt of it, of course, would come from Joseph, Phillip, and Lane, the seamers. Of course, Graves can chip in, and maybe a little spin, perhaps from Athanaze, if needed. Inside edge, but onto the pad. No close infield on the leg side, so that was safe, as Phillip was looking to defend. One delivery left in the over from Deswat, looking for his 5th wicket. He has had some good wickets to write home about, or maybe to text home about. Campbell, Anderson, Athanaze, and Mlach. He's outside the off stump, and Phillip defends away to complete the first over of a new spell from him. The Swat, his 16th completed. West Indies A, 204 for 8, the latest at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
And we have checked it. He's had 1 fiver in his first-class career. But when you go through, as we've been doing it, when you go through the first-class career, they play so much more cricket.
Looks like we are going to have a bowling change. So we spoke about just the 6 overs of spin in the innings so far. This is the 64th over. Naba Peter is being brought on for just his 2nd over. His first costing 1. And that came just before lunch. He comes in to Graves, goes back and plays that away. So Let's give you the figures of Nabayomzi Peter. He's a 23-year-old leg spinner coming into Graves. A bounce and turn outside the off stump. That has eluded the outside edge. Kwishele taking that by the right shoulder. So good signs there. As bounce on offer there, and fortunate for Graves, didn't get an edge or even a glove onto that. Solitary slip in Ackerman. Peter to Graves. Graves looking to pull and annoyed with himself there. Didn't capitalize on a loose delivery. So Peter gets away with that. This is only his third first-class game. A faster, flatter leg break outside the off stump. It's a best of 2 for 38. Just the 2 wickets. So at the start of his career, Naba Peter, angular run. Graves stands up straight and punches to long on for a single, taking him to 45, 205 for 8 as Philip will come in to strike. Philip is 8. He's faced 27 deliveries. 1 delivery left in the Peter over. Slip and forward short leg now for Philip. Peter to Philip. Hitting it hard into the ground, back to the bowler to complete the Peter over. 205 for 8. 64 overs have been bowled in the innings.
Not a bad over by Peter. I think he's got a promising future. And a good move to bring him into the attack now. Just to go back to one South African spinner, Adams, who used to bowl with his virtually looking at his toes.
Yes, very unusual action.
Yep.
And you wondered how was he able to land those deliveries, because at the point of release, he seemed to be, well, looking back at the umpire. The swat, with his eyes on the spot, bowling on the off stump, defended away by Graves. There's no run. So Adams, of course, remember South Africa, long list of spinners in Test cricket of the left arm orthodox version. Remember Nicky Boye, short, and ducking out of it is Graves. That was a pretty sharp one. And effort delivery there from the swat. And I think Graves might have been surprised at how quickly that got to him.
And you talk about someone who played in a South African team that had a very good fast bowling lineup. So he didn't get many chances for long spells.
Indeed. So, South Africa well served in the pace bowling department over the years. Alan Donnell, Sean Pollock outside the off stump. The swat to Graves. And of course, Vernon Philander, Mikaya Ntini.
Yep.
Doing good work. And I think I remember a medium pacer, Fanny de Villas. Of course, of more recent and current vintage, Rabada and Gidi. They will be in action on Wednesday at the World Test Championship. Forward goes Graves and played away into the offside. No run. Scoreboard indicating 26 overs left, 25 after this one on day one. Of course, this is a 4-day game. Mandatory 90 overs to be bowled every day. Field change. Mid-wicket comes from the boundary to about halfway in. The swat bowls wide of off stump, and Graves allows it to go. 205 for 8. Graves batting a lot of balls. He has batted 93 of them for his 45.
And you're talking about the South African fast bowlers. Quite a few didn't have maybe a lot of international matchups. I remember when Roland Butcher was at Middlesex, Van der Meer played an important role.
Pulled away by Graves out towards the boundary at Stritish mid-wicket for 4. So a loose one from the swat, put away by Graves to take him to 49 and a total 209 for 8.
A shot of authority. You know, really into position very quickly and hit it cleanly. You know, and looking better and better and better. One went to Australia and did pretty well.
So Justin Graves getting closer to his 50. 209 for 8. So the spin of Naba Peter will continue. Graves happy for the support that he's received so far from Philip. We'll want that, of course, to continue when last man Lane comes in. Philip in strike to Peter as he starts a new over. Clipped away to short mid-wicket. There's no run. 209 for 8. At the end of the over, we'll do a swap of roles between myself and Reds. That's bowled as Philip going back and playing a pretty extravagant stroke, looking to force off the back foot, and has been castled by the leg spinner. So the end of Philip bowled Peter for 8. West Indies 8, 209 for 9. Quite an elaborate stroke there from Philip Reds.
It's a good delivery. He shouldn't have been looking to play that aggressive shot. That was not his role. He had done an excellent job up to that point. But Peter looks a prospect for the future.
Did good areas, getting the ball to spin and also getting them to skid through as he presents the flipper, or the one that doesn't turn. And I think that's the one that troubled Philip on this occasion.
And a couple that bounced also?
Yes. So good returns here for Peter. Of course, we think he'll probably have a lot more work to do in the second innings, but enjoying the little spell that he has had so far as Johan Lane comes out, the number 11, West Indies A, towards the back end of the innings, 209 for 9.
All the West Indies can think now of their turn to bowl at South Africa, and I think Coach Kohli don't have to point out that the highlight has been the control, the discipline. You can't look the ball too fast on this track. There's enough there to help you. So let's see how the West Indies bowlers will perform.
Lane to face his first delivery. Plays away into the offside. There's no run. So Graves is poised on 49. We are midway in this over. Graves, of course, will want Lane to survive this over. Flighted delivery, pushed up to short extra cover. There's no run. So for Lane, there's a slip and a silly point. Ackerman just pushing the mid-off back a little. And Peter to Lane. Forward. Defending. And there's no run. Interesting. We haven't heard anything from behind the stumps from Kwishele. Munsami in the first game was very vocal. But Kwishele, well, he hardly says a thing. As pushed away by Lane. Out to deep extra cover. And they take one. In fact, Lane taking the strike at the end of the over. And will face at the beginning of the next 210 for 9. He's 1, Graves is 49.
Well, I think that Kwishele has decided I cannot compete with Munsami. So, you know, don't fall short. Just be the quiet keeper.
Yes, quite remarkable how you can have different personalities. Munsami, we heard all manner of sounds from him in the previous game, but Kwishele happy to just complete the glove work and wait for the action to unfold. But Munsami likes to influence the action. It's your opportunity to influence the commentary now, Mr. Pereira.
Well, it's the men in white up there. We'll have to decide. But it's an interesting point you made about keepers. I'll come back to that as time will allow. So, Lane, who shaped quite well in what we saw before, and the bowler falling to the ground after deliver, seemed to be okay. You know, when you look back to the period of, let's say, Jackie Hendricks and Michael Fidley and Derek Murray, and beyond that and before that, I can't remember a lot of chirping. But in those days, of course, there was no microphones, stop microphones. Maybe we had a lot of chirping. In 2 minds there, sliding just to pull the bottom hand away.
Yeah. With the stump mic rights, I think we are able to assess who are the chatterboxes and who don't say much. But as you're right, back then we wouldn't really know as spectators, except somebody from out in the middle convey the story that this man says a lot or this man doesn't say anything.
I think the stump mic has encouraged people to chat away because they heard all over the world. I mean, there's the great one, Healy, well ball shine.
Indeed.
Aiming for the off stump, but good solid shot down to his mid off.
Talking about chirping of keepers, but we are aware of certain players who were quite vocal out there. People who whistled while batting, people who actually carried out ball by ball commentaries, right?
Yes. Yes, I can't get, I can't say I heard Carlisle Best broadcasting. I did one tour with him. Well, it's not funny. It's not funny. But the bowler again falls down and might have been hit by the attempt to get it back to the keeper. I don't know if there was contact with the body, but he gets up like someone who's been knocked down in a pro fight.
Yeah, actually, Reds, he actually parried it towards the stumps and actually broke them. But the batter had made his ground from a flat position on the ground.
Some bowlers are known. The English bowler who is generally quick, Wood.
Yeah. Yeah, spends a lot of time on the ground after delivery.
Yeah, and he bounces up and continues.
Yeah, so Reds, we spoke about the one that whistled. So I think it was Yaga Rowe who whistled quite a bit in the earlier part of his career.
Yes.
Lawrence Yaga Rowe.
You know, I hope that's not a story which has been just built around Yaga, but the way how he batted, you get the impression that he could easily be whistling, easily be whistling. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Nice shot. And it taking his time to go over the rope. I'll tell you a story about Yaga Rowe.
Graves 50.
Yep. So well played. 53. And an excellent knock. If you're looking to put your name up for a test play, he's done so. In 1978, there was a World Series under the Kerry Packer flash. Well, I can tell that story after this break.
As the players take drinks, we'll take a little break ourselves.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Whoa, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies cricket is all our we legacy. Is our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy.
It will be Peter after the break. Picked up 1 wicket under his belt, bowled impressively, and one of the names that we expect to hear more about, one of 5 or 6 players on this tour to the Caribbean. 23 years of age, an attacking feel, and that was a bit of a googly. Came off the inner part of the bat. Whether they will maintain, no, they wouldn't. No silly point for Greaves to 16 for 9. I'll try and get the story about Lawrence Rowe facing very strong attack in Melbourne, in Waverley, about 17 miles away from Melbourne. Just a solitary slip for the leg spinner Peter. Badly lined. Well, it's a good point you make about this wicketkeeper. He's been almost quiet.
Quiet as a mouse.
Yeah.
Doesn't say a word, Reds.
I don't know if he's suffering from a sore throat. Maybe that's it. An expansive drive, oh, lovely shot. Oh, beautiful. I mean, if you didn't pay any money to get in, it was worth your while for making the effort after seeing that shot.
Lovely stroke. Graves launching himself into that drive, hitting it out over the extra cover fielder and into the boundary for 4. So looking to cash in on anything that is available.
And he
This
moves
being the last pair.
57. Fasted Larry. Can't remember many leg spinners coming out, right arm leg spinners coming out of South Africa. Good delivery. Turning a bit. So the over by Peters completed, yes. We're talking about Lawrence George Rowe. Super Test at Waverley. And the West Indies were in a little bit of trouble. Very strong Australian attack. And Lawrence Rowe had only about 2,000 people watching, but maybe a couple of million people watching. Because Waverley was 17 miles out. It wasn't like, MCG close to the city. And he produced a brilliant 100 overnight against a top-class attack. And there were times when, you felt that he virtually changed the left leg and put it more around for the extra cover drive. He just seemed that day to have stacks of time. And 175 is well respected, well recorded.
Ooh.
Oh dear. Well, the run-out route brings him to the end. And I was just about saying that the Swart seemed to be having difficulty in keeping his footing. He almost fell over. And for a while that grabbed my attention and I almost missed that.
Yeah, it was punched up on the offside by Philip, and there was a diving save on the edge of the square, and that parried the ball towards mid-off, and Graves, who was almost halfway down, was stranded. The return coming into, the fielder almost walking to the non-striker's stumps to break it, signaling the end of Graves. A sad way to end for Graves, signaling the end of West Indies 220 all out.
57 well-played runs. Well, we got 240 in the first A game, falling a little short of that. On paper, a much stronger batting lineup.
And so disappointing outturn for West Indies A with Brathwaite, Campbell, Anderson, Atenes, Andrew, Graves. You would have expected that they would have put on a much better show in this second unofficial test, but that has not been so. The South Africa A bowlers, led by the short, picking up 4 for 63, 3 for 52 for Sealy. They have really put pressure on the West Indies. And to really put the West Indies' innings in context, Reds, they had a partnership of 53 for the first wicket. So it really tells you how the batting really didn't come off after the loss of that first wicket. So from a position of 53 for 1, West Indies all out for 220, well inside day 1 on a 4-day encounter. A disappointing outturn indeed from them.
Well, the Grunk staff is coming out. We have a break coming up, but maybe for our viewers who might have been away, the scorecard.
Craig Brathwaite was caught Peter, bowled Pomgwana 35. John Campbell caught Engelbrecht, bowled Deswat 18. Kevlon Peterson caught Peter, bowled Deswat 2. Alec Atenes caught Morike, bowled Deswat 68. Joel Andrew caught Peter, bowled Sealy 17. Justin Graves, last man out, he was run out for 57. Tevin Emlach caught and bowled Deswat for a duck. Joe Mel Warrican caught Sinokwane, bowled Sealy 10. Shamar Joseph caught Pretorius, bowled Sealy not. Anderson Phillip bowled Peter 8. And Johan Lane not out 3. Some extras 4, 2 leg byes, 1 wide, 1 no ball of 68.1 overs. West Indies 220 all out. The bowling figures: Morike 16 overs 5 maidens, not for 49. Sealy 15 overs 3 maidens, 3 for 52. Pomgwana 10 overs 4 maidens, 1 for 18. Deswat 18.1 overs 6 maidens, 4 for 63. Engelbrecht 5 overs, no maidens, not for 28. And Peter 4 overs, 1 for 8. From 68.1 overs, West Indies all out, 220.
Well, the Grunk staff out, the players are out. We'll take a break, and as soon as the South Africa innings resumes, we'll be back from the Darren Sammy. Good afternoon, good evening, hello to wherever you are. Please stay with 360, where we bring you all the action with the South African reply.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Energy. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all aware. Jumping up past Pamalaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all aware. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we rain in the sixes, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher, full of energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all aware. Jumping up past Pamalaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all aware. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
We are back at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for the start of the second innings. South Africa is innings. after West Indies A were bowled out for 220. And it is Lesego Senokwane and Jordan Herman who are the listed openers. We will confirm that in fact Herman is the non-striker. Leseho Senokwane to take the first delivery from Shamar Joseph. Outside the off stump, he starts with a no ball, as that is not on the mark but also overstepping the front crease. So Shamar Joseph operating from the southern end. Not a good start by him. South Africa A, they are off the mark. One without loss. JJ is with me. Not a good start from Shamar Joseph.
Yes, and good afternoon to you, Claudius, and to our viewers, wherever you may be. Much talked about Shamar Joseph is in the squad.
Is online, but that has been guided away down to third man. Can Warwick pull it back? He can't. And it's over the ropes for 4. So Senokwane off the mark, taking South Africa 8 to 5 without loss. And boundary to the South Africa opener. And so they are pushing along. 3 slips. And a gully being used by Jomel Warrican. Extra cover as well. Joseph outside the off stump. And the right-handed Senokwane electing not to play. Emlach taking behind the stumps. There's also mid-on, forward square and long leg. So Campbell, Atenes and Anderson in the slips. Graves in the gully. From the southern end, Joseph to Senokwane. He struck on the pad, a good shout, but the umpire saying no. And Joseph a lot more on target on this one. What did you make of the shout, Gigi?
Well, let's have a review of this one. Bit of angle down the leg side and looked to be much too high.
Joseph, difficult delivery to the right-hander, playing that with some discomfort away to the square leg position. The discussion between the two openers, bit of bounce there from Joseph.
Shamar Joseph being given the opportunity to have some overs in his legs. West Indies and world cricket would want a Shamar Joseph at his best.
Was wide of the off stump to Emlach. Senokwane does not play.
Made for good visuals to see him and his efforts in Australia. He posed some concern for the batters. The A-team would need that sort of effort here today.
Joseph in again. Much fuller delivery. Good carry outside the off stump. Senokwane allows it to go the end of the over. So a decent end to the over from Joseph, the first of the innings. South Africa 8-5 without loss, with Senokwane 4. Herman is yet to face.
Yes, he strung some deliveries together outside the line of the off stump. It's what you want. It did induce an edge, or rather the batter had played with the outer portion of the bat. Got one down to third man. Looks to have a bit of pace about him in the first over. The A team would be hoping that he would increase in his pace as the spell goes on. But Anderson Phillip also into the squad for this game. Has his opportunity.
He'll be opening he'll be operating from the northern end. 3 slips and a gully. He's on target to Herman, who defends.
Three sips and a gully. Backward point. Mid off. Big gap open for the covers. It's become standard in the modern day to entice that drive.
Phillip to Herman. Here's away in defense. There's no run. So Anderson Phillip for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the regional 4-day championship, 4 games. And I'll give you his figures in a while. Herman down the leg side. And Emlach skipping across to take. So, man from turned up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Picked up 10 wickets in his 4 games. Best of 4 for 36. Average 27.5. So Anderson Phillip bowling just about 79.2 overs in the 4 games, wide of off stump, and ignored by Herman, who averages 47.83 at the first class level. 23-year-old, has played 27 games, 2,057 runs, 400s, 15 half centuries, a best of 187 not out. So good numbers by youngster, the 23-year-old left-hander. Phillip to him, pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. So decent conversion there from Jordan Herman. Could improve on that. 15 50s, 4 centuries, just under 48. Phillip into him. Punch to mid-off, but not cueing it properly. And a little shout of frustration from him at the end of the over, the second of the innings. It stays 5 without loss. A maiden from Phillip to start off. South Africa A, in reply to West Indies A's 220.
Yes, so barring that one errant delivery down the leg side, Anderson Phillip was able to string some good deliveries together to challenge the batters, but Herman, to his credit, has looked comfortable.
Joseph to the right-handed Senokwane, pushing it into the squarish cover, point position for a single. He goes to 6. That It's all of South Africa's. No, in fact, he goes to 5, 6 without loss. The left-handed Herman will come in to strike. Shamar Joseph with the support from Warwican of 3 slips and a gully will bowl to the left-handed Herman, who lets it go. It's outside the off stump. It's traveling quite nicely, quite briskly, with good bounce to Mlach. And good signs here for Shamar Joseph, bowling that hard length and getting good carry to the keeper. I think he will be encouraged by that. Just in his second over, I think he would be happy to see that there is response from the surface. Joseph to Herman. That's let go. That's again good carry, coming back slightly. And Mlach taking that chest height. Good service to the keeper.
Yes, for sure. And there's something about fast bowling that always excites the viewership. When you see the keeper taking the balls, waist height and above.
Joseph nicely into his work to Herman.
Ooh,
good carry. Ooh, that was angled across him. That was bounce on that. A little difficulty for Mlach taking it. As we look at it again, short, and Herman drawn towards it, veered away from Mlach as it got towards him, going towards the slip cordon, having to take it in front of the first slip camber. In fact, not taking it cleanly, but must be encouraging for Joseph. Again to Herman, who struck on the pad. One that is coming back in, but a little high it looks. Well above the knee roll, but good delivery, straightening. And yes,
Ooh.
definitely coming back and hit a little high. But good stuff from Shamar Joseph.
yes, really relish the opportunity to see Shamar Joseph on a wicket like this. Seems to have been what was missing from the A team in the first test.
Joseph to Herman, wide of the off stump, but hitting the gloves of Mlach quite hard at the end of the over. A good one from Joseph, just the one coming off the first delivery. At the end of it, the third of the innings. South Africa A, 6 without loss.
Yes, just to continue along that point, the batters from South Africa A did look very comfortable in the first encounter. It's good to see that they're up against a different challenge, and with that extra bit of pace, Herman was drawn into doing the sort of things that he did not want to do. Chase the ball with his hands outside the line of the off stump.
Philip starts a new over. Outside the off stump. Senokwane does not play. And into the gloves of Mlach. So Anderson Philip.
He'll want to get that ball a touch closer to the batters. The cordon standing a fair way back.
Of course, not as spacey as Shamar Joseph. So good areas, even more important for him. That's forward and played from the face up the bat, guiding it away along the ground past gully for 4. Another boundary to Senokwane, his second. He goes to 9, and the total 10 without loss.
Yes, it's the second time that we've seen this from Senokwane. Again, we mentioned that he standing on off stump. He's playing with soft hands. Open the face just slightly. And he played that quite skillfully. He's steady to the boundary for 4.
Philip to him. Turned away to long leg. Joseph is there for the single. Send Okwane to 10, 11 without loss. We spoke about conversion when we were referencing Atenes. Senokwan in his 50th game at the first class level, 2,612 runs, 850s, 700s.
Oh.
This is conversion for you. The sort of record that, you know, is impressive. Average a little low, 31.46. Down the leg side, clipped away. Down to long leg. Joseph is there, gets the return in. One more to the total. It goes to 12. Herman only now getting off the mark. His 12th delivery. And Senokwan will come back in to strike the right-hander. So 28-year-old, 850s, 700s at this level. Philip will move into him. Drives, doesn't get hold of the push drive. Philip parrying off the ball in the follow through, and so it stays at 12 without loss.
As you call the Claudius, an impressive record that also suggests it is enviable. Sort of record that we have not heard of from our regional batsmen.
Goes back and plays away to short mid-off to complete the over. The end of the innings, we can maybe look at Sinokwane's record a little bit more in the near future. So the end of the over, the 4th of the innings, 12 without loss, South Africa E.
Yes, and from the first game we mentioned how easy he looks on the eye, simple technique, but very effective, and always seems like he has a lot of time to play the fast bowling. Of course, playing for South Africa A in South African conditions. Remember that South Africa has produced great batting talents and have supplied exciting fast bowlers to the world game. So in those conditions you expect batters who make it out of there to be quite comfortable against the new ball and against fast bowling.
Bit of repairs there to the landing area for the man Shamar Joseph. Landing on that area and being pressed down. Loose delivery, not a good start to the over, but he gets away with it, Joseph. As Herman doesn't beat Brathwaite at that mid-off position. And Joseph gets away with a real poor delivery. Herman not taking advantage. It's the sort of thing you want to do, JJ, as a batter. You are 1 from 13. You need to put away those loose deliveries.
Still certainly begging for the treatment, but wasn't able to on that occasion.
Joseph is wide of off stump, and Herman drawn towards it, unnecessarily you would think, because he was not really playing a definitive stroke at it. Could have well brought the 3 slips and a gully into play. So Joseph would want to go back to his good areas, the good areas we saw from him in the previous over. And into Herman. Closer to the off stump. Going low to Mlach. And Herman this time does not play.
Joseph working up a real head of steam on this wicket at the Darren Sammy.
So operating from the southern end. Shema Joseph in the regional 4-day, just the one game. Wide of off stump, a little too much so, and ignored by Herman. So Shema Joseph for the Guyana Happy Eagles, just the one game. And picking up four wickets, 5 wickets, 3 for 119. His best shot down the leg side, hooking at it, Mlach taking, but no contact made by Herman down the leg side. So it stays 12 for 1. So we did say needing a lot of work in those legs that have not run too many overs in the regional 4-day game. To be sure, exactly 33 overs in just the one game.
Yes, it's 33 overs. It does not speak to a lot of preparation.
Joseph to Herman. Into the leg stump. Pushed away to mid-on to complete a tight over from Joseph for maiden. South Africa A at the end of it, 12 without loss. 10 to Senokwane, 1 to Herman. Fuller Energy Series up and coming. Action beginning on Wednesday. West Indies women versus South Africa women at the 3Ws Oval in Barbados. Then West Indies versus Australia in the red ball side of things. And then West Indies versus Pakistan in the white ball. Philip starting over number 6. Senokwan drives along the ground out towards extra cover. Brathwaite will just pick it up from beyond the boundary. Another flowing off drive from the right-hander. He goes to 14, 16 without loss. Nicely put away into the offside.
A hint of class and elegance about Senokwane, but certainly this one landed in the slot and deserved the treatment. Certainly by way of comparison, the West Indies A batters were not given deliveries like that to express themselves.
Philip to Senokwan, delivery that is coming in to him, played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Let's do a more of a critical analysis of his numbers. So Leseho, Senokwane, 850s, 700s. That looks good as you compare 50s and 100s. But in the overall context of his experience, JJ, I think we need to point out that this is from 87 innings. So you're essentially looking at 15 scores above 50 as Philip brings him forward and he plays upon the onside. So
that's about
you're a maths man, JJ. Let's look at that closely.
That's about 1 in 6.
So 15 innings out of 87. Yes, that's 17%. So, okay, about 1 in 6. So 17% of the times he has batted, he has gotten past 50. Beaten outside the off stump. A good one. It came in and just straightened as it landed. and going past the outside edge. So 17, 18% of the times he's gotten past 50. Is that good overall?
It's not exceptional by any means, but in the end, Claudius, you look at those 700s, you look at the ability to rise to the occasion, and when you get in as a batter, what can you actually do?
Right, absolutely. Flip to him. He's forward. Once a single, will get it to. Played in the offside. So he moves to 15, 17 without loss. So absolutely, in terms of his ratio of 50s and 100s, looks good. But in the overall context of his experience, he has not really produced at the level of consistency, and as you are quite rightly pointing out, has been reflected in his average, 31.46. So one would argue his 100s and 50s looking a little flattering, but to put it in context, I think Senokwane would agree that maybe he could have produced more. Quick single, the return missing, and will not result in overthrows, as there's backing up and by Shamar Joseph, but his return is wayward and needing a desperate dive by Lane, but in the end Lane had somebody covering him, so the over coming to an end. 18 without loss, South Africa A. In reply to West Indies A, 220.
Yes, so 18 without loss after 6. We've seen some good deliveries that have gone past the bat. We've seen that they've found the outside edge on a few occasions, but we've not seen the level of consistency that we saw from South Africa A, and thus far certainly not the potency of penetration. And I think they would want to end the night with at least 2 wickets.
Scoreboard showing 12 overs after this one. Joseph to Herman, angled outside the off stump and into the gloves of Mlach. And this has been a feature of the two teams. The South Africa A bowlers have generally been more consistent in hitting a good top of off stump just outside line. West Indies A bowlers, well, they have found it more difficult to be consistent. Joseph over the wicket to Herman. Ooh, good carry, hitting the gloves of Mlach quite hard over his head. Good carry. Good smack into the glove. Good rasping sound, but a little too wide of off stump.
Yes, but it is encouraging to see Mlach taking this one head high. Good signs. So the West Indies and World Cricket would love to see a fully fit and firing Shamar Joseph.
Joseph to Herman. Shot pulled away into the mid wicket, just short of it. Umpire Taylor indicating at square leg. So 4 runs to Herman, latching quickly onto that. A short one from Joseph and put away through mid wicket for 4.
Yes, we're just speaking of firing, and this one cannon from the bat of Herman. And way in front of square. Signs that he has picked this one up early and not fazed by the pace of Joseph.
Joseph to Herman. Short and wide, a play and a miss by Herman outside the off stump.
Yes, so as you had mentioned, Claudius, consistency being a major feature of South Africa A. We have not seen that thus far in this the 7th over of the innings. We just saw one was pulled over mid-wicket, and the next delivery was very wide of off stump.
Joseph round the wicket to Herman. Outside the off stump. No run. So Joseph in first class cricket has had 14 matches. And he's bowled 350 overs. He's picked up 55 wickets. Best bowling of 7 for 68. Average 25.03. That's his returns in first class cricket. To Herman, gets one that is angled in and just squeezed out to mid-on to end the over from Joseph, his 4th, and he's considered 10 runs. 7 overs bowled in the innings, 22 without loss, South Africa A.
Yes, so the pace has been on show from Joseph. Needs to marry and align that with some consistency. Senokwani has looked good, has looked assured at the crease. This has been a successful opening partnership for South Africa A. Anderson Phillip is pitching this one up, possibly looking for the swing, but this one came straight from the middle of the bat of Senokwani. Played with some poise and grace, straight back past the bowler. Lovely shot for 4 to welcome back Reds Pereira to the combox.
Well, you will continue to present, and I will be here to support you.
It's very impressive from the bat of Senokwani. Let's see the reply from Anderson. It's a good delivery and a good foul defense. Covers up nicely. Thus far, has not really looked phased or troubled by the offerings from West Indies A. Has shown good judgment and has put away the bad deliveries. Ooh. Found a good spot where he was able to generate some good pace and bounce rates.
Yes, good carry to the keeper. He's had a spell at England. I can't remember how many county matches he played, but I'm sure that he would have learnt a lot. He is not short of work, but Sharma Joseph is short of work. He had one game for Guyana in the 4-day and then suffered from shin splints. After that, he went off to the IPL, played more white ball cricket, and we really feel that Sharma Joseph is just short of red ball work, short of cricket. He didn't have a full 4-day season, and I think he's trying to find the rhythm, trying to find the confidence, and trying to find the mind to come back to what we would have seen in Australia, etc.
Yes, and even while at the IPL, we didn't see him feature in the matches.
I think I saw him in the dugout twice, where he might have been a reserve.
Yes.
So he probably did a lot of work in the nets, a lot of work in the gym. but there's nothing like bowling in the middle.
That's for sure. As Philip is again wide of off stump. Too wide of off stump that he doesn't force a decision from the batter in terms of how to negotiate the delivery. Quite an easy leave, but just some stats on Anderson Phillip. He's had 2 matches. He's bowled in 4 of the innings. He's just bowled 4 maidens. He's picked up 3 wickets. And his best bowling in an innings was 2 for 30. So they're both short of work runs, so a good opportunity given to them to feature in this game. Both men have had international experience, looking to get their way back to the test team.
Well, bowling change, Lane has come in, and maybe Warrican doing the right thing. He has given Joseph 4 overs for 10, bowled with good pace, 1 really short delivery, and knowing that tomorrow might be a long day, he's going to use his fast bowls in short spells. So, Lane in for Joseph, Philip 4 overs done for 16.
See you on Lane bowled decently in the first unofficial test, but didn't leave with a bag of wickets. Would be hoping to take full advantage of the opportunity today. But the plan is clear that he would bowl outside the off stump, but it wasn't that wide.
I think the West Indies selectors have made a few changes. I don't believe that Philip was down to play in St. Lucia. Not that they don't have a right to change, to look at the player. I don't think initially Lane was down to play in St. Lucia, unless I'm wrong. Got to make the batsman play a bit more.
Yes, and again, this was another feature of the South Africa A, the well-oiled bowling unit. Forced a lot of errors in judgment from the West Indies A batters, but these bowlers from the A team have made it too easy to leave the deliveries alone. Surely with just about 11 overs remaining, you want the batters to play as much as possible in the hopes of causing a mistake.
Just reading at the back there's a press release which has come to tell me that the Masters Caribbean tournament will be finishing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at the Groseley ground, very close.
Yes, and this one is still not very close from Yuan Lane. The batters all too happy to allow those deliveries to go outside line of the off stump in the hopes of coming back tomorrow to enjoy this delight of a wicket. Just Lane. This time the umpire calls wide. So again, the plan is clear, but the execution has failed him thus far. Two slips on a gully. But he needs to get the batters playing. He needs to bowl closer to that 4th stump line. And right there, that's what we were talking about. That's what Captain Warrican would be asking for and the slip cordon would be begging for.
He gets it right in the 5th ball. of the over. I just read an amazing story. Sabalenka lost to Coco Golf. At the press conference, she says that if the Polish girl had played Coco Golf, Swiatek, that the Polish girl would have won. How in the name of heavens can you make a statement like that?
Very interesting.
I mean, out of whack. And you expect relationships to stay good between tennis players. So the West Indies looking at least for one wicket, if not two, that try to inch back into the game, but definitely a South African day.
Yes, and you just wonder if Warwican would be thinking of introducing himself into the attack before the close of play. We saw very early on in the piece, in the first unofficial test, that the spinner Prenell and Sir Brian was introduced early on.
Well, we got 10 overs left.
Yes, but Reds, it's fair to say that batting has looked very easy for South Africa A at this time.
If you're a tennis fan, well, as the world knows, but just any late people who might be out of the news, Alcazar came back from being 2 sets down to beat Skinner to take the Italian Open. So Coco Golf and Alcazar, the winners. This game will continue tomorrow. It's a national holiday. You can go and watch the football. It goes late at 9 o'clock, the finals of the Masters competition. And then you can come on and watch some cricket. We have about a half dozen or dozen spectators.
Anderson Phillip, again very wide. It's about the 7th stump line. Another easy lead for Senokwani. Has shown patience. Generally operates at a strike rate of 46.02. That speaks to a very patient mindset. Anderson Phillip still on about a 6 or 7 stump line. Fair to say, Reds, that it's not good enough.
And he's got the wind to help him. That wind should be giving him too much of help. It should be something like sliding down leg. It's a fairly stiff breeze, but it's going in the other direction. He's bowling with 2 steps to the gully and backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, final long leg.
And that's where use of the crease is so important. Just so on this occasion he made a more concerted effort to bowl as close to the stump as possible. Could even try operating from a bit wider of the crease.
27 without loss. Senokwani 19, Herman 6.
Anderson. Another delivery that the batter is just allowing to go through to the keeper.
Yes.
Where no serious concerns, questions were posed to his technique late on day one.
And Warrican will want his bowlers to make the batsmen play a lot more.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
There's Lane again. Another wayward delivery that has posed some difficulties for his wicketkeeper. Imlak just taking off the glove, indication that that one would have stung the fingers a bit. I mean, surely you would want to be posing a challenge to your batters and not your wicketkeeper on a wicket like this, Reds.
Well, he comes around the wicket now, but it's a strange call from the umpire. One didn't see the usual traditional white call. Well, that doesn't help too much as he comes around the wicket.
Really difficult to explain or to even understand what's happening, this inability of the bowlers to force the batters to play. Another one close to the wide line.
And Lane also should be helped by the wind. The wind should help him with the line he needs.
He's into his second over. Much better delivery. Much better delivery, and after one like that, you would want to see some consistency. You want to see it again in the next delivery.
Well, maybe the light has turned on. The field is there. 2 slips, keeper standing back, gully, kind of deep. But just struggling with the rhythm.
And just as we were calling for it, consistency. After that pitch of a delivery, he goes back to very wide outside the off stump.
And it goes back to a lot of things. It goes back to how much has he been playing cricket, how much he's been practicing.
Yes, and good delivery to finish. So he's bowled 2 overs, so 12 deliveries, and fair to say that he's challenged the stumps just 3 times. 3 times out of 12.
Yes, and two came in that over.
Yeah. In fact, he bowled more than 12 because he's had some whites.
So laying out 2 overs. And funny enough, his figures look very impressive if you look at the scoreboard.
Johan Lane, 2 overs. Wow. Just conceded the 1.
Yeah. And you really believe if you just entered that he's really bowled well.
Anderson, Philip continues. Attacks the stump on this occasion. Met with the full face of the bat from Senokwani. who has looked impressive. 19 of 31. Some 8 overs remaining in the day's play. Pitching up, beats the bat. A beautiful delivery causes some oohs and ahs from the A team. Possibly something to just wake them up late in the piece. But again, Reds, this will give us a chance to see his level of consistency. How does he follow up a beautiful delivery like that?
Well, that's just what the best delivery is bowled. Maybe the best delivery of the West Indies effort. But they really need, from their point of view, a couple of wickets before the close.
That is beautiful. He strung 2 good deliveries together that has, again, tested the technique of the batter. Forced him into an error. First one, beautiful. Had to play. Second one, angled in. Didn't really have to play at this one in hindsight. But again, the quality of the bowling, the length, was drawn into it. Must have been the effect of the previous delivery.
Well, after those 2 deliveries, Warrican has brought Anderson to third slip.
He's driving and driving for 4.
Yes, he's wide up and nicely put away. So his captain gave him initial support for him to continue that good line, and just couldn't control it. 31 without loss.
This one was all along the ground. Although at first glance it appeared to have come off the outer portion of the bat, Anderson would not be too disappointed. But surely after those 2 beautiful deliveries, serving up that half volley, back on a good length.
Sinokwana has looked very well organized. 23.
He has looked technically efficient. Three slips of gully, backward point, cover and mid-off. Bowling to a 7-2 field. Anderson, shortens the length in the final delivery of the over, and the organized Senokwane just swaying out of the way. Figures that it's too late in the piece to attempt the pull shot. Has made some good decisions. 12 overs have gone. It's 31 without loss. 7 overs remain in the day. Not sure that we will have all of them, but the light is good.
Good thinking there by Philip to keep it short, and maybe surprise Sinokwane somewhat. Let's see if Lane's control will be any better. Marginally.
Yes, but again, another easy leave for the batter. You just see bowling coach Jerome Taylor, your screens. One when he played at the height of his career. Dangerous opening bowler. Definitely posed questions of batters early. Attacked the stumps frequently. That is an exquisite drive from Herman. That was lovely. He got a bit too close to Herman on this occasion and gave him a chance to express himself and free the arms. It had the length. Played on the up. And my, wasn't that beautiful?
Yes, he's been the quiet of the two partners, but executing beautifully there, just getting into position, nice clean looking shot. Runs coming to the end of the day.
Good delivery. This one challenged the stumps. Looked to have kept a bit low. But the very watchful Jordan Herman able to keep it out. Stumps haven't been challenged consistently. Scored 10 of 40 deliveries. Just giving the stats man Roland Cox some work. I wonder how many of those 40 deliveries he's actually had to play. This one slanting down the leg side. But an attempt to attack the pegs. Score 55 after 12.4. West Indies are desperate for a wicket. And as they say sometimes, whereas if it's nice, you do it twice, and if it's sweet, repeat. Another exquisite drive for the offside from Jordan Herman, and this one looked even better than the first.
Yep. All of a sudden, he's been virtually the spectator at this end. Most of 14, and when you only get 220, must be a little worrying from West Indies. They are already 39 and have got 10 wickets in hand as they go towards the close of play on the opening day.
See the response from Lane. Shortens this one. Pulls out to mid-wicket. The fielder was posted at deep backward square, but he had no chance. This one was well timed and efficiently played. So he's been good off the front foot. Now just swivels on this one, showcasing some talent on the back foot as well. So Yuan Lane really being put to the sword in this over. And Jordan Herman continues where we left off in the last game. Did score a half century and is looking good again.
All the time in the world to get into his wicket and find the boundary. 12 runs coming in that over.
Run rate up at 3.31. I remember there was a period when our statsman Roland Cox informed that there were 5 maiden overs in a row. Such was the level of pressure being built on West Indies A when they batted. But now that South Africa A have the chance at the wicket, we haven't seen that level of consistency.
Light's
Boundaries
still
coming.
good, but sun has just gone behind a cloud for a moment.
Anderson Phillip. It's a decent delivery, but again, this late in the day, you want the batters to be playing, and I think that anything but that is not good enough at this time. Captain Warwican has posted 2 slips. He has 2 men in the gully region. So the field is begging for Anderson to force the batter into playing at deliveries, not just leaving them alone. And we see another leave. He did produce two beautiful deliveries that beat Senokwane in the previous over. Would want to replicate that in this one and go a step further to either bite the outside edge or clip the top of the stumps. Need some inspiration from somewhere, West Indies A. This one is very full. There is an appeal. Struck on the pad. The umpire walks away quickly and signals leg byes.
Well, let's look at the replay. We can look where Imlach was. It was going down leg side. But worth a shot, don't doubt.
Yes, Senokwane does stand on off stump. Played across this one slightly. But as you said, Red, it's always a good indication to look at the wicket keeper. To see where he ends up. Left-handed Herman on strike. Good in defense, has been good on the drive, exquisite in fact. Has also played a pull shot, showing us a wide array of strokes.
On paper, this West Indies A side better than the first 4-day game. But I think South Africa has just lifted their level a notch or two today.
Is that the edge found? What has happened here? Is he walking off? Yes, he is. So it looks like Justin Greaves has taken the catch. Let's see. This one came off the edge. And a sharp catch taken by Greaves. And given out by the umpire.
Well, the West Indies really needed that. And maybe needed that a half an hour ago, but it was outside the off stump. He tried to squeeze it and didn't really get on top. And Greaves just seemed to have bruised the knee, getting some attention. But looks quite happy with himself, but it was a good catch by itself.
It certainly was. Sharp chance. We've seen a few of those today, especially from South Africa A. But Justin Greaves, he does set high standards in the field. We've seen that at the regional and the international level. Anderson profiting from the fuller length, accounting for Herman. It was an innings that promised a lot. Would have wanted to have seen out the day's play. Have come back tomorrow, but wasn't to be. Looks to be number 16, Naba Peter.
And the night watchman, a debate over the years whether the night watchman is the right choice, whether they trained first class man and number 3 or number 4 should be coming.
Anderson would have hoped that he would have sparked a collapse. Wickets tend to fall quickly and in clusters. from the West Indies A perspective, they would want for that to happen. Senokwani has remained quite solid at the crease. Lane attacking the stumps. Could it be that he's a better bowler to the right-handers than the left-handers, Reds?
I don't think Lane looks all that happy going around the wicket. I think he looked more comfortable. And in the game he played, he was in fact bowling over the wicket in that tournament. So we got 5 overs left. Now we have started
attacking the stumps again. So just a small amount of evidence, but thus far it's clear that he's having an easier time of it operating to the right-handed batters. Still bowling to that 6-3 field. 2 slips a gully. Backward point cover. Mid-off. On the offside. Senokwani. Solidity personified.
He does look happier over the wicket than around the wicket.
It's 5 overs to go. Here's Lane. It's full. There is an appeal. Not a very convincing appeal. And they don't seem too disappointed that the decision has not gone in their favor. And it's very clear as to why. They didn't have much going for it. Again, for the evidence that he's comfortable, more comfortable to the right-hander. It's Lane. There is the edge.
Well.
The greatest of confirmation of his comfort to the right-handers. Picks up the wicket. A beautiful catch by Alec Afanese, one of the best slip fielders in the region. Has proven that over the years. Johan Lane strikes for West Indies A.
Well, that's the wicket falling, and the umpires have called it a day with, I think, just 5:30, 5:29, 44 for 2. So Lane has ended well after a difficult period, 1 for 13. Phillips 7 overs, 1 for 20. Joseph 4 overs, none for 10. And in reply to the West Indies 220, the West Indies been able to pick up those 2 very important wickets. I think if they had gone to close without any loss, so the West Indies could look towards the opening session of the second day play with a fair amount of enthusiasm, because they'll have to start all over again.
Yes, with 2 relatively new batters at the crease, one of them being the night watchman in Naba Peter. But as we have been saying, Reds, Anderson Phillip would have been hoping that he would have sparked a collapse of sorts, and Johan Lane responded in the very next over to account for the wicket of the solid Senokwani. So the score, 44 for 2 to end the day's play.
Well, that way we'll end it. On behalf of Roland Cox, Jamal Joseph, and of course our third commentator, Claudius Emmanuel, and the whole technical staff. Want to remind you tomorrow is a holiday, so please come. You can watch the football in the morning at Groselay and the Masters Senior Tournament at 9 a.m. and then come on to cricket. So we could have an interesting second day. The West Indies have got their work cut out to take early wickets. It will be through consistency, and that's where we're about to say goodbye on a very pleasant Sunday afternoon. Please have a safe night wherever you are, safe morning, and join us tomorrow just before the start at about 2 minutes to 11.